Hello and welcome. How's it going, everybody? My name is Sam, this is the Jank Drawer, and we are back for another wonderful week of great content here at the Jank Drawer Entertainment Studio. I have been very earnestly working over the weekend trying to figure out some things for the future. Most importantly, figuring out some things with getting the schedule all squared away for the next couple of months based around the new job and what we're going to do so we can try and settle that routine, as well as me working on trying to get towards what the rest of that needs to be. So, like, I've been setting up Microsoft accounts, I've been trying to log into my new work email, I've been trying to get all that stuff. All of that now, at this point, for the most part, is done. I have a couple more training things that I need to do before my first official, like, boots on the ground, I'm working all day next Tuesday. But it does mean, as I said in the update that I put on Instagram this week to go with this weekly schedule, or this week's weekly schedule, which I might start trying to put those out on Sundays. This is the last week of this schedule, because now we're going to have to start moving into trying to come up with schedules and what it's going to look like that actively work with the things that I need to be doing and the work that I need to be doing. For the job that is going to be paying the majority of my bills. Since, like, I can be very upfront and honest about it. In the 3 months that we've been doing this, I have made a total of, I think, $89 streaming, which is not a ton. And then the new job that I got is admittedly only part-time. I'm working, I think, 3 days this month, 3 full, like, actual work days this month. I also get paid for, like, all of the training and the onboarding stuff that I had to go do last week, and things like that. So, like, I am getting paid for more than just 3 days of work. But each of those paychecks, so, like, next Friday I have a test that I'm going to be proctoring. And that test is currently slated from 1 to 5:30. And that 4.5 hours is going to make me more money than the last 3 months of this. It's just the facts of life, and that's not to say that I don't love doing this, and this is still what we're going to be doing as much as we can. It just means that we're going to have to try and make some adjustments to work around the new schedule, and the unfortunate thing is that we're also probably going to have to, on top of this job that we already have been working to get, try and find another one or another couple of things that we can do part-time or whatever it is, because very realistically we just need to continue bringing in more money than I currently am, and the way that we do that is getting other jobs and getting new jobs, and getting more jobs. And so it is just going to have a kind of impact on the amount of time that I'm going to be able to stream, the amount of time I'm going to be on stream, when we are going to be streaming. And the only reason I would see that changing is if we get a lot more streams, or if streaming now becomes something that is viably making us a lot more money more consistently, which I don't know that it will. Hopefully it will at some day, but, like, once again, this isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. And I mean, we'd love to get sprinting as fast as we possibly can. And that's the other thing that I wanted to talk about, is that last week was honestly a bigger week than I had any idea that it could be. So we tried a lot of different things last week, going to be entirely honest. First and foremost, I had a different upload strategy last week of just, like, the content that I've been uploading and how I do it, in that, for those of you that are watching all of the content and looking at the content as we are working on it, last week you might have noticed that I wasn't uploading as much to Instagram. Mainly that was just a combination of, like, trying the new upload strategy, and also based off of the shorts that I upload on Instagram versus what I upload on YouTube. Our Instagram numbers are dwarfed in comparison to our YouTube numbers as far as shorts are concerned. So I figured I'd just go straight to shorts. Be like, hey, let's try this. Second, I tried a new content type of doing here's my top 5 commons, here's what I think they would look like, and stuff like that for the new set. We're going to see if that bears out, since we're going to be playing the new set today. That's the whole point of the stream, is to play the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles set on MTG Arena, continue our quest on the new account. I've also been thinking about the standard deck that we're going to try and build and things like that. I don't know that we're going to make any big moves on that front today, just because a new set shakes up a new meta, and I don't even have an updated version of the Excel sheet that I've been using to put together all of the packages and things like that. Mainly because we don't have a ton of data from the new set yet, and high-profile tournaments played with the new set, so I don't know what the most played cards from the new set are and how they're shaking up the meta game and things like that. We just don't have that information available yet, and then as that starts coalescing, we'll do that, and I'll make some sort of update to that as it goes, a TMNT update of here's the cards that I think are good from TMNT, and what ranking they would be in, what packages they would go in, but that's entirely based off of what decks become playable and what decks become dominant in the meta, and a sample size as small as we currently have it, especially with the redactions that they did to most of the meta things that are trying to scrape data. Namely, most of the data that has been generated in the past on these things has come from MTGO, which is Magic the Gathering Online. It's the other client that you can use to play Magic the Gathering, and it's usually the more competitive version. Turtle Power, 100% Sam Jam X. But those, I think, all went really, really well. I uploaded all 5 of them on Monday instead of our usual 1 a day, to see if it would get any meaningful difference in views and watch time if I uploaded them all at once over a single day as opposed to over the entire course of the week. And honestly, we got more views uploading just those 5 all on Monday last week than we usually do uploading 1 short a day. Which was interesting. It has definitely influenced what we want to do. And then the biggest news, the greatest success out of all of this is, I don't know what exactly happened, but for the past, I want to say about month and a half at this point, I've been trying to do weekly uploads to YouTube. And usually how that goes, just to give you a peek into the behind the scenes of what I've been doing here, is that we play Magic here on Mondays, and then usually Tuesday after our Football Manager stream, I will eat dinner, get ready, and then I will come back down here while all the lights are still on and get on the setup, and I will play the midweek metagame that comes out for that week on MTG Arena. And then when I play that, I'll just record usually a little intro about what the channel's about and what the metagame is doing. Hey, I also agree with it. The thing is, it wasn't like a ton more, but it wasn't like we lost traction. The big thing is that we did this, and I don't know what it was about it, whether it was the thumbnail work that I was putting into it, or just the way that I titled it, or things like that. But generally, over the past like month and a half that we've been doing this, we've been getting consistently between like 12 and 20 views on any video that goes up on the YouTube. For some reason, last week's YouTube video got over 100 views, which is the first long-form YouTube video that I've ever made that has hit triple digits, which is crazy to me. And like, I don't think that we can say that we've gone viral yet, or that we did the thing and the algorithm picked us up, but we clearly did something right. And so we're hoping to, my main goal for this week is like, can we do that again? Because as I'm already having to talk about, and as I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, we're going to have to be a little bit more flexible with the consistency of the stream schedule, as we have to constantly have the stream schedule go around my everyday life, especially as I'm entering back into a workforce, and going to be picking up more hours at the new job. And if I do eventually get other new job to try and have, multiple part-time gigs that I'm trying to use to finance the dream here, that does mean that the schedule is going to be a little bit more flexible and have to be a little bit more kind of like what we experienced last week, where we had an early morning stream. Massive shout out to the watch streak Mamba Mentality. Love having you around. Great to have you. Always welcome. The way that we can be okay with a less regular streaming schedule and having a bit more flexibility of that is if we can get the YouTube side of things and the other possible revenue streams popping off. And so this was a massive victory, and honestly I'm hugely thrilled. Hopefully we can continue capturing that and continue building off of it, and we can see some very natural growth. But like, just even in that, we have started gaining subscribers on the YouTube more than we ever had before. This is the most views we've ever had. Looking at the analytics from the views too, it wasn't just like most of the things where it's been of like people having to like get it recommended to them or things like that, and that usually gets to like 12 people. This has been literally 88 of the 100 people that looked at it went into their YouTube search bar and typed in a search query that came up and recommended my video, and they watched it, which is huge, especially since we aren't really promoting the YouTube video. Although I did promote last week's YouTube video in that it was our pinned comment on the entirety of the Wednesday stream, and I'm probably going to keep doing that going forward. But it is very much of like the whole cycle that we've been doing based around our MTG content of we have our streams on Mondays. I usually try to get 5 to 10 shorts out of each stream or out of a content or a concept that I come up with. Like last week's stream was us doing the set review for TMNT, which we're going to be playing TMNT today. And because it was, well, we're going to try and play TMNT. I don't know if we have enough gold to play TMNT. We might have to play one more week of Lore Run Eclipsed. And then we can play TMNT next week. But we'll check that out when we get into the game. All that to say, like having that build system of we are able to cowabunga to you, Rat King. Having that system is working out really well, and so the idea is how do we adapt that system or massage that system to work for some of the other content we're doing, or doing that. It's also one of those of just like, I think that this has been a huge learning opportunity from me of looking at like the video that we put out last week. Is it a video that I'm super like emotionally invested and thrilled in? Not really. Like, it was just very run-of-the-mill of like, I put together, for those of you that watched it, I put together a popper deck that was very similar to the last popper deck we looked at. I talked about why I built it and like the philosophy behind it of like 90% of the cards in this deck are ones you get for free just for signing up for MTG Arena. So you just use those and then build around it with whatever pieces you have. And then because of that, we do that. Well, I mean, the thing is, Rat King, is as much as I apologize for your misophonia around my use of that phrase, that is still a very good treatment for the digestive system if you're having digestional problems. I know, like, one of my favorite things to do when I have a really bad stomach ache to help alleviate that is you need to apply pressure to that area of, like, your digestive system and your lower abdomen. And so I will get a particularly firm pillow and place it there and then lay on my belly. And it helps a lot. So as much as you may not like the phrase, it is, at least in my layman's opinion, sound medical advice if you have problems in that area. But I am not an expert, nor do I purport to be an expert on anything medically related. I have not studied it, nor do I have any interest in studying it. Although I do now work for the University of Utah School of Medicine. So, not in a capacity where I need to be teaching or learning anything about the medical system, though. Just entirely in the making sure the people that are trying to learn it aren't cheating on tests. But anything that I say on the stream or about medical advice is something I say as a private citizen and individual, and not as an employee of the University of Utah School of Medicine. But yeah, like, trying to apply that out and do that stuff is just like, the thing is like, trying to get to my point here of remembering it, like, of all of the YouTube content that I've made, because I've made a lot of YouTube content over the past several months. Exactly. is that there's a lot of other content that I've put disproportionate amounts of time and effort into to make content that I was proud of and that I really liked and I thought was really good, that saw no views. And this thing that I threw together because I was like, hey, I know how to do this and it's not that hard to do. And literally, like, most of the work for this week I didn't even have to do since it's work I'd already done. Of, like, I already have a set intro that I use every single time. I have set transitions of, like, lower thirds that come in for every single new section that I just throw in. And I just record it. And so, like, recording to editing that, the longest portion of it is just playing until I get all 3 wins, which usually takes, like, an hour. And then it's just like, okay, now we're done recording. Let's take that recording, put it in there, chop it up, put it all into its place, and then we can start uploading within, like, 30 minutes. Like, the amount of time that I put into it based on the amount of response I get, I was like, honestly, I think I'm starting to learn that this wasn't even short form. This was our long form video. Like, our short form honestly didn't perform all that notably well. It performed no worse than it usually does. It performed about the same. We got 100 views on our long form content, on our 30-minute video that we put out about Magic the Gathering on Wednesdays that I record on Tuesdays after stream. Is the wild part. And I was like, oh. So it's trying to figure out how to also do that with other things. And like, I would love to be able to use the stuff. Yeah, even better. Agreed, Rat King. Agreed. This is the good news. It is because, like I told you when we were having our strategy meeting yesterday as the team, of just like, the big pop-off news from last week was everything remotely stayed the same except for that our YouTube did a lot better and we were seeing growth. It is a highly searchable current event, and that probably really helps, and there's not a ton of those in any of the other content we're doing, but it is very much of just like, how can we try to work towards that and do things based around it, but putting in, like, the same amount of keeping that time frame of, like, it's going to need some additional work up front of, like, whatever we make, I need to take the time to make the higher quality graphics and transitions and things for that type of content up at the beginning. The other thing that's gotten interesting is, like, spending more time working on thumbnails and learning how to make a thumbnail, and instead of just being like, the auto-generated thumbnail. Because, like, that certainly works for some people. Like, there are massively successful people in the content creation space that have never made a thumbnail a day in their lives. That's not me, currently. And that's also an exception, not a rule. And so, you know, it's trying to work all of those things out to figure out what we want to do and how to do that more. Because if we're going to be less consistent with the streaming, now that we are juggling the streaming with the part-time job, the one thing that we can be more controlling over is, like, next Tuesday, I'm going to be honest, the 17th, just as a heads up, we'll probably see no live stream from the Jank Drawer. Because on the 17th is my first full test day, and I'm in testing from... Thank you. I think I have to be there at, like, 7:30 a.m. and I'm there until, like, 6. So I wouldn't be getting home until, like, 7:30 p.m. So it's a full, like, 12-hour day that I will be out. And then I won't be going live. Yeah, it's a huge step forward, but it's also just, like, it's a great proof of concept work that we've done, of, like, we've proof of concepted out, like, this can work, and now we're finally starting to see that. And if we can continue showing repeatability of, like, if we can get similar results off of this week, because, like, previously our most viewed video ever was also this same content, but from 2 weeks ago when we did Golden Pack Sealed, and that had 66 views. So, like, that also did really, really well. So, like, we are growing organically in this, and if we can get another banger this week or next week on the same thing, the next logical step in that is, if we're going to be more inconsistent on the stream side of things, which, like, realistically, when I set out on this content creation journey, I set out on this journey not ever really wanting to be a Twitch streamer, but wanting to be more on the YouTube side. It's just Twitch streaming is the easiest thing to get set up and going, and then you can use that to grow an audience and pivot. And hopefully you get into a symbiotic thing where people that watch the videos go to the Twitch, and people that watch the Twitch go to the videos, and it just continues going back and forth, back and forth. But especially now that we're going to not be able to be as consistent as we want to be and as we have been, since consistency is one of my most important qualities here on Twitch, we're going to be able to hopefully compensate for that by I can be more consistent on things I control. Like, I'm not going to be able to stream next Tuesday, and honestly, I might not be able to stream next Friday, depending on how I can massage that schedule. Yeah, live service games are good for that. But it's also just like trying to find content that I think, because it's like not all live service games are created equally for this. Of like, this MTG Arena is a live service game, and like doing the midweek metagame magic stuff is pretty good. The other live service game that we're actively playing is Teamfight Tactics, and I think Teamfight Tactics is still a good game and one that you could definitely make a ton of content about. But the same type of content schedule and creation schedule that we use for this doesn't necessarily work in Teamfight Tactics. It would be you'd have to massage it to make it a little bit different, and I could definitely see how to do that. It's the one that I've thought of the next most, of like, could we one for one do this? But then it's like trying to figure out the like, how would I do something about like any of the other games that we do, of like, we're gonna do Darkest Dungeon again this week until we finish Darkest Dungeon, or if we're working on like the Pro Vercelli stuff of like maybe doing every season we do a recap where I look at the season and be like, hey, this is what we did this season, this is what we're doing there. Or maybe that's an anthology piece that's when we get, it's like, I'm starting to think with the content brain side of me, because that's what we need to do. But I mainly bring this all up to say that I am really grateful for the support, and it was really cool to see, like, I remember how ecstatic I felt when I saw the first video period. Yeah, agreed. I just remember the first time I uploaded a video of any kind, long form, short form, that broke 100 views, and that was a really crappy short form thing in December, and I was like, this is huge. And now I've had short form content break 4-digit views. I've had things that have been like gotten thousands of views in short form content. Not in a while, but like some of our pack opening stuff from MTG Arena has broken quadruple digits. Some of our YouTube shorts have done that as well. But to have it now happen for my first long form thing of like, hey, people watched this, and like the retention on a long form video is like, this one wasn't great, of like the retention on this video was still like 2 minutes. But it was 2 minutes is longer than any YouTube short I put out. So like, people are watching this longer than they're watching the entirety of a YouTube short, which is great. So, you know, we're continue growing step by step, trying to get consistent growth. But it is really like, that's the main point I wanted to get there, is a thank you, and then be like, share in the hype of like, I know that I'm not maybe coming across as excited as I could be on this, but I also am generally pretty low key on stream. But it's also mainly because when I realized this and when I was looking at the metrics this weekend, while there was no one to see it, I was losing my mind. Just freaking out with others like, oh my goodness, this is great. Yeah, big ups. We love to see it. Massive success. But especially on days that are going to be coming up where I know I'm going to be unable to stream. Like next Tuesday and Friday, we might not be able to do anything. I could potentially do an early morning thing next Friday. But as opposed to last Wednesday, where I was able to do 9 to 1 because I didn't need to be on campus until 2:30. Next Friday, I have to be on campus at like noon. And so I could do like 9 to 11, but is a 2-hour stream as good as a 4-hour stream? Maybe. I could also do a late night stream Friday night because I'd be getting back by about 7, and then I could eat dinner and go and do like 7 to 11 like I used to. So we'll have to play that one by ear, but Tuesday's definitely a no-go, so it's like, well, what else can I do on a Tuesday? And the answer is like, well, I'm going to work my full job, but it's like, I can still do the midweek metagame recording of like, I can play the midweek metagame Tuesday evening, put together a video on it, and like still do the YouTube side of my job to a high degree of competency. So that's going to be the plan. But with all that, let's jump into some video games, shall we? Oh, that was the wrong one. Excuse that for a second. I hit F5 instead of F6 when I was trying to switch screens. That's on me. Yeah. So, we are going to be playing MTG Arena today. Cowabunga, dude. Exactly. As you can see from all of the splash imaging, Turtles on a Half Shell have arrived to MTG Arena. Cowabunga. Okay. Oh, I hit cancel, not okay. I was like, why didn't it switch? So, we are obviously going to look at the things. I don't know how much TMNT we're going to be able to actually play today, because as part of the TMNT limited, if we just look at it right now, let's look at how much it costs. Since we could play Sealed Magic, Traditional Premier Draft, Traditional Draft, Traditional Sealed, or Pick 2 Draft are kind of our options here. We don't have a Quick Draft yet. And Sealed Magic is 2,000 gems, which we definitely don't have. Premier Draft is 10,000 coins or 1,500 gems, which we aren't going to be able to get to today. Pick 2 Draft, we could probably get to. So we could try doing that to play some TMNT, but we'd have to play some Standard first. And then both of these Traditional Drafts and Sealeds are going to be 10,000, or Traditional Sealed is probably just 2,000 gems. So let's try and do the Pick 2 Drafts. That's going to be our goal. I have played some on the new patch, so we have a lot of packs to open, which is going to be really nice. We did. So the good news that I have, if any of you were around or remember, and it's probably good to go over this as well now again, because we've gotten consistently higher viewership now than we did when we started the challenge. One of the things that we talked about in the challenge is that one of the great things that you can do with the challenge over the course of, if we can just get enough gems while we're playing to do it, is if we ever complete the Mastery Pass, like getting up to 50 or whatever, then buying the Mastery Pass gives us a whole bunch of extra gems and packs and just actions and things to do, which is really nice. Last Mastery set for Lorwyn Eclipsed, I didn't make a post about it or do anything about it, but we did actually finish the Mastery set. So, like, if we had the amount of gems necessary to buy it, it would have been a great investment. We just didn't have the amount of gems. And a lot of that comes to because we're still using our gems to play drafts when we can. Which maybe what it means is that we should stop doing that. A lot of it just comes to what is the expected value of your draft versus what's the expected value of the Mastery Pass, and can we win enough drafts over the course of the entirety of a pass, which, like, this pass lasts for another 42 days. And if we can succeed on that, then in the next 42 days, can we raise 3,400 and complete the pass, and then be able to cash in on all of the rewards and get the benefit that way? It's a great question, and it's one that we'll try and maybe look at in this next month or so. But it is, interesting. But we do still have a whole bunch of packs to open. Ooh, they also have a deal today on pretty lands and things. We don't need to spend any of our hard-won resources, though, on cosmetics. But let's start looking at some of these pack openings. Even if we've moved generally away from these, it's good to have them around, so I'm going to make some of these recordings as well of the... Here, let me hide this real quick. Sorry, I just have to clear up some room to make more shorts. It's because, you know, the thing that I always noticed and that no one ever tells you about becoming a content creator is how much just total storage amount of content you generate and you need to have space for. So I'm constantly having to clear more and more space and trying to work with it. Because like every single one of these streams is like a 50 gigabyte. It's usually like, if you want to do the math on it, it's usually a little over 10 gigabytes an hour that I generate in data that I then need to either store or upload or do something with, and it adds up. But we are going to still do some pack openings. We're going to open these up, look at these. I don't know what necessarily we want to get out of TMNT, so the greatest things that we can get out of any of these is just random wildcards of rare or higher rarity. The good news is we're guaranteed to get at least one rare since we have... the grind for the Mastery Pass looks like we have to play a whole bunch of draft and win a lot so that we can get to this, but it mainly is just you do it as you play. It is actually very well designed to just auto-complete itself if you just play enough, and so for me, playing roughly 3 times a week, since I play every Monday and just play a whole bunch for 4 hours, and then I play every Tuesday night in the midweek meta game to help get some XP to progress it, and then I usually check back again, not on stream, sometime around Saturday afternoon, to just make sure that since I log into the account every single day to try and figure out if I am going to be able to refresh to try and get the most amount of gold possible, or if I'm going to need to generate a new gold challenge, then I'll complete one so that we can get a new one tomorrow, and doing things like that. So the challenge, the grind for the Mastery Pass doesn't actually look like anything other than what we already do, which is play a whole bunch and make sure that we get the results we need to do. But the rewards that we can get from completing it's all dependent on if we can draft well enough to get enough of these gems to get to the 3,400 threshold, which is the amount that you need to be able to buy the complete Mastery Pass. The thing is that also could buy you 4 drafts. So, you know, weighing options. But let's open some packs. We're gonna open some packs here of TMNT. I don't know actually what our chases are in this set yet because the set's so new, but we'd love to see some wild cards, and then any rare or mythic that we get from any of these packs is probably still going to be pretty good. But let's jump into these and see what we can get. This is our first look at actual cards from the set on the account. So one of the things that I'm already super thrilled about is we got our first copy of Sewer Valence Cam. This is one that's made a whole bunch of waves in multiple formats at this point, and that this card is absolutely busted in 4 different formats. 1 mana artifact with flash that when it enters or leaves, you can untap or tap a target creature, and then you can sack this artifact to draw 2 cards. There's so many different formats that love having cheap artifacts that are really, really powerful, and this is an incredible amount of value for rate. And then our rare is Raphael the Night Watcher. So this is a fine Raphael. I think when we were looking at our Raphaels and doing the whole set review last week, this one was, I think, our 3rd best Raphael. But still nice to have. It's our first turtle. We also got General Trag and Metalhead. So that's nice. Here, let's do our next pack. Here we go, chat. Achievement completed, leader of the pack. We get Ice Cream Kitty, Anchovy Banana Pizza. There you go. That's one of our best commons in the set. Raphael, Most Attitude. The uncommon Raphael. We did really like this Raphael as well. And then we got the mythic Mondo Gecko. Mondo Gecko, 3 mana mythic, 2/3. 1 mana, discard a card. It becomes the color of your choice and gains hexproof from that color. Whenever it deals combat damage to your player, draw a card for each color among permanents you control. Fits really well with the Vivid synergies that we were looking at in Lorwyn Eclipsed, as well as just it works really great for discarding cards if you're trying to, you know, do a whole bunch of the random discard shenanigans that are in the Marvel through the Omen Path set, the Spider-Man set, or the discard shenanigans that are in this set as well. It's also great for Reanimator, since we know there's a whole bunch of Reanimator cards in this. This is a huge pickup. Okay. Our next pack is... honestly, huge that we got an uncommon wild card. Nothing that we're really too excited about in any of the commons here. Hopefully our rare can be redeeming. It's the rare Donatello. Okay, whenever Donatello deals combat damage to a player, make a token that's a copy of target artifact you control. This is great in artifact synergies. There's a lot of artifact synergies in this set. Just a 3 mana 3/2 with Sneak. You can play it for 2 mana if you bounce an attacking unblocked creature back to your hand. And then just like, it's a very powerful effect. There's a lot of really powerful artifacts in Standard right now and in most formats, and being able to copy them is always good. Honestly, we're getting very lucky on all of our pickups here. Another pack! Okay, so we get the first of the cycle creatures. We already talked about most of these. Jenica Bad Apple Big Sister is one of the ones that I think is actually the best of this cycle. It's a 5 mana 3/3 that enters and makes it 2/2. For the alliance strategies that are in red-white in this set, this is huge. If you're ever trying to make a wide board, the fact that you can have a 5 mana, 5 power creature, but it's across 2 bodies is really good for that. As well as plane cycling, always helpful. So this is one of those ones that we viewed as like probably one of the best commons in the set. So to already get that, as well as this Primordial Pachyderm, honestly huge. Kyra's Technique is also very good. This is just a really good modal removal spell. And then at rare, we get Mikey's Technique. Okay, so this is a 5 mana sorcery. You can sneak it for 3 and a green. Look at the top 8 cards of your library. Put 2 creatures with total mana value 6 or less from among them onto the battlefield, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. It's like a weird new version of Collected Company. It's still very, very good. It is a sorcery and pretty expensive, though, so I don't know how good it actually is. But it'll be interesting to figure out what people try to do with it. Okay, another pack! Another pack for the pack gods, chat. Well, Negate is nice. I don't actually know how many Negates we actually have. Yeah, it goes really well in a Swarm deck. Other than this, not a ton that we're super excited about here. Hopefully we can get saved by our rare, and our rare is... Oh, this is actually the really good Michelangelo. Okay. So, Michelangelo, Weirdness to 11, is a 2 mana 1/1 legendary creature mutant ninja turtle. When it enters, you create a mutagen token. It shows you what the mutagen tokens are here on the screen. Sacrifice this token, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, activate only as a sorcery. And then he has Hardened Scales text, which Hardened Scales is a 1 mana enchantment for a single green that says essentially this: if 1 or more +1/+1 counters would be put on a creature you control, that many +1/+1 counters are put on instead. So this mutagen token now, instead of says sack this token, put a counter on target creature, now is sack a token, put 2 counters on target creature. So 3 mana 3/3 is effectively what you're getting here, but it also makes an artifact and then makes it so putting counters on all the rest of your creatures is even better. This isn't necessarily the best Michelangelo. I think the best Michelangelo is still the Mythic Michelangelo, but this Michelangelo is absolutely busted. Proliferate, but better. Exactly. It's proliferate, but always. As instead of when you cast the card, you have to do this. And this isn't the only card that does this. There's several cards that have this effect across white and green. But this is a really, really powerful one. Because most things that have this effect don't come with a way to enable it. The fact that this both has the Hardened Scales effect and comes with a way to enable your Hardened Scales is what makes this card absolutely bonkers. Cool. So we also got this fun achievement. We have opened 100 packs officially now, chat. We're also really close to our Visit the Shores of Imagination, play 250 games. Okay, so I think we're going to try and do pick 2, which means that we need to win exactly one more of these things so that we can get enough gold to be able to do that. So we're going to jump into the ladder. I know at the end of last stream chat, we talked about we are almost to the point of being able to play a real deck. If we look at some of these invalid decks down here that we currently have, we're actually not that far away from being able to play something like this 5-color rhythm list. We are missing, obviously a whole bunch of the rares that we would need for like the land base, and we don't have all of our Badger Mole Cubs. We don't have all of our Mockingbirds. We'd need to build our Nature's Rhythms. But, like, we are way closer now to a deck like this than we were at the beginning of the challenge. And this is, once again, a deck that was taken directly from one of the decks in the last Standard Pro Tour. Admittedly, it did not do well in that Pro Tour, mainly because all of the decks that did do well in that Pro Tour were built specifically to beat this deck. But in reviewing the data from tournaments and things since then, the meta has largely shifted around those decks that were built to beat this deck. So if we look at the current standard metagame, really what it's settled down to is, like, is most of the decks, whether that's Prowess, Lessons, Spelementals. Demiric's Cruciator is still really, really good. And these Ouroboros, like these Simic decks or these 4-color decks, are sitting closer to like 2 or 3% of the meta. But they're still, that doesn't mean that they're bad, it just means that they aren't the best thing to be doing, but they're still a perfectly acceptable thing to be doing. The, like, second best thing to be doing behind Izzet Lessons is mono green, just basic landfall, which is very similar to the deck that we're currently playing. If we look at our common standard deck that we generally play, our blue-green landfall package, it's very similar to this, except for instead of playing all of the blue cards, you're just playing green cards, and you're playing a lot of the things that go into from the Pro Tour Teamer Harmonizer shell, but you're cutting the blue and the red cards to just play all green, all landfall, all the time. And to play that list, we would need to pick up some cards that we don't own. We'd want to finish out our Badger Mole Cubs. We'd want another Mossborn Hydra. We'd want 4 copies of Ice Till Explorer. We'd want some Mightform Harmonizers. We'd want a Fecund Green Shell, which is a really cool elemental turtle. We'd also need Esper Origins, Archdruid's Charms, Earthbender's Ascensions, Sapling Nurseries. It's a whole bunch of things that are like, there's a million different rares that we'd want for this deck that we just don't have. But it's good to know that a type of strategy similar to the strategy that we have been piloting here in our blue-green landfall package is very good. We just aren't playing the necessarily best version of it. There's some pretty easy changes that we could do to get to a better version of what we are doing. Specifically, putting in things like more landfall payoffs, let's show not collected. We could put in the uncommon Saz's Chocobo. It's a 1-mana 0/1. Whenever a land enters, put a counter on this creature. But once again, we don't really have the... We could justify spending the uncommons on that. We have 41 uncommons, but really, we'd rather just use our things to try and get to more playable overall, just better strategies, than trying to build out this current mono green landfall. And also, like I said, we don't know how things are going to be shaken up in the format with the new changes from TMNT, because tournaments that could have been played with the TMNT cards have only been played in the past, like, 7 days. And so it hasn't had a large impact onto the actual format as a whole currently. In the last 2 weeks across the aggregator of like big tournaments, the most popular deck is blue-red Tempo, or the Is It Prowess deck for sure. That's in like 20% of the metagame. And we have, other than the multiversal passages and the steam vents that we have, we literally own none of the cards for this deck. Well, we also have the Burst Lightnings and the Opts. And most of the stock-ups. Oh, we have all the stock-ups. But let's that's enough of me chatting about the current state of Standard. Let's play some Standard. Because of the rank reset, we're back down here in Bronze. We're going to try and get out of Bronze again. Once again, the end goal in all of these things is to try and climb as high as we can by the end of the month. So that we can try and get the most possible rewards, with the end goal being that once we're starting to build actual real decks, and we have built out our collection to the point that we can do that, we're going to start trying to push for actual high standings in these formats, like getting to Mythic in Ranked or Constructed. And once we start to get to that point, maybe I'll start making more overall content every single day to try and get us to that point. This is an interesting hand. We have some of the more important payoffs of, like, our Tatiova is our draw engine, our Formidable Speaker is our best tutor in the deck. We don't have anything to do with it, though, but we should be able to figure that out. Our opponent has played a Ruin Lurker Bat. Okay, so our opponent is playing Mono White Life Gain. This is a good deck. This deck also just got even better with the new Leonardo that got printed. So we should look out for that. Although I don't know that Michael Williamson here is going to be playing the version with the new Michelangelo. We are unfortunately going to have to spend one of these Consult the Star Charts just to try and draw something to do next turn. Because this Ajani's Pridemate is almost immediately gotten out of hand. And we are not going to be able to deal with it very well. Especially now that they've played 2 Leonin Vanguards. This Pridemate is going to be a 5/5 this turn. Wow. Okay, double Quantum Riddler was not what I wanted to see there, but I guess we'll take it. Can we draw a green source? We drew a basic land. It's not the basic land we wanted, but we will take it. Okay, I think we have lost... Yeah, we have lost this game. Yeah. So, not being able to do anything until turn 3 was just gonna do that to us every single time. So, off to a bad start. So I think we are going to actually take some time to readjust our blue-green landfall package. Because this has shown a problem that we have had multiple times. And I think we're going to just try and make it so our deck is overall more consistent by cutting out a lot of these one-ofs. So we can cut Geomorph Imago, Mossborn Hydra, Tatiova, Baloths, and Primeval Bounty. Since currently, the only way we have to interact with our opponent or do anything to any of their permanents is Bushwhack. And Bushwhack only works if we have a creature in play. And now, really our only creature in play that we can get anything out of, we should also probably cut these Circuitous Roots, is this Quantum Riddler. But one of the things that we can do is we can start putting in ways to try and interact with our opponent. So we can put in Unsummons. So this was a way to be able to deal with things like our opponent that we just played that was putting all of their eggs into one basket of just like, hey, I'm going to make this really, really big Ajani's Pridemate. And then we can be like, cool, it's in your hand. We can put in cards like... we have 5 more slots. Honestly, we might, as much as I just was saying we don't necessarily want them, we might want to put them in anyways. So let's think about doing that. In fact, I think we're just gonna pull the trigger on it. I think we're gonna put in these Chocobos. And then do we have any other return target that we don't have to craft? We have Runaway Together, we have Snatchback, Exclusion Mage. Let's just do this. Okay, so we are going to be crafting 4 new cards for this. There's Saz's Chocobo. Saz's Chocobo is just another 1-drop that we can put into our deck. It's a 1-drop that can get really, really big, which is the main reason we're putting it in. The other thing that we could consider putting in is more Boomerang Basics, because this is a card that's worth crafting, but it's essentially just Unsummon, but at sorcery speed. And we'd like the fact that Unsummon is an instant. Is Unsummon standard legal? Yes, because they printed it in Foundations. Perfect. There we go. Okay, so we're going to craft these 4 uncommons. So the end goal is we've added in more interaction, we've added in some more bounce spells, so our only interaction isn't just Bushwhack, and then we've put in, instead of a whole bunch of diversified singleton threats, which we're fine because we are playing Formidable Speaker, so we can use Formidable Speaker to get the singleton threats that we wanted. We put in more just low to the ground individual cards that are just like, hey, this individual card, if we can see all 4 of them, is going to just overall be better. This is fine. We are ramping to hopefully something good, but Llanowar Elves on 1 is not ever a bad thing to see. Our opponent has played a commercial district. Let's play this gene pollinator. And then, honestly, I think we just want to make sure that we are the only person that is ramping. Let's warp in this Quantum Riddler. This is what we have our other Bushwhack for. Is so we can have our Quantum Riddler fight this giant Cindermaw. And then let's play this Llanowar Elf and this Gene Pollinator. We'll tap this Quantum Riddler. And now, next turn, we can just cast this Quantum Riddler. And when we do, we will get to draw 2 cards. Since our opponent is just playing green-red dinosaurs. Let's play this Quantum Riddler. Okay, stock up starting town is not bad draws. Our opponent is going to have access to 7 mana though, so I don't know what... That's kind of what I feared, is Atali is kind of the best thing that our opponent could do. We would like to draw a card off this stock up to deal with that Atali. We did not. So... Can we draw an unsummon? We did. Okay, so we are going to hold up this unsummon and pass the turn. And so the goal is that what we are going to do is our opponent is going to add all of this mana in their first main phase, and we are going to put a stop on when they go to combat. They're going to pay 2 to have Atali deal damage. We are just going to do this now then, because they still can't play this Atali. And we're going to just bounce their Atali, tapping this Chocobo. So now they don't get to attack with their Atali. Atali doesn't get to do any damage. We'll play this second Quantum Riddler. Slowly but surely, we are going to make this Saz's Chocobo the biggest Chocobo you've ever seen. Since they're going to keep being able to play this Atali, and so the only way that we are able to beat this Atali is we need to get the biggest Saz's Chocobo ever so that it can block the Atali. Which we currently have. Our Saz's Chocobo is now a 6/7. So our Chocobo can now block this Atali forever. Our Chocobo, this little teeny chick that just hatched, is now bigger than this elder dinosaur. The fact that they have now played a 5/5 Dinosaur Dragon with Flying in first Drake does mean that we no longer have lethal in the air, unless we can draw another bounce spell to be able to bounce this Dracosaur. So what did they get from us? They evolved. So from us, they got an Evolving Wilds. Unfortunately, they have just drawn a thing that is able to do 7 damage to my Chocobo. I will block. Doesn't have trample, so we can just very safely block. So once again, we need to find a way to bounce this Dracosaur. And if we can bounce this Dracosaur, now we can't even get through with lethal. So bouncing the Dracosaur isn't going to do anything, so we'll just actually draw the Quantum Riddler to draw 2 more cards. Unsummon Saz's Chocobo. Play this Saz's Chocobo, hold up this unsummon. This dinosaur's deck is pretty dope. And like, honestly, not that bad. Is it the most viable deck I've ever seen in my life? No. But is it a bad deck? Also no. Okay, so they get to gain 3 life. Bounce the Atali so that they can't get 2 free spells. Play another Quantum Riddler. Draw 2 cards. Draw 3 cards. Draw another one. Okay. We have all of our Quantum Riddlers, so this Formidable Speaker now can only get either other Chocobos or things like that, which we don't really care about. Replay their Atali. Continue being able to do 7 damage. Yeah, opponent has seen the writing on the wall. If they just attack us with everything, we just lose. We have to block the things that can do the most damage. Still take 9. I think that they can block enough for us to not be lethal, though, since we only have 7. Unfortunately. Okay. We have hit the unfortunate part of the challenge where it's like we are playing against real decks. And real decks, even that is like barely qualifying as a real deck. And it is just, it has more overall synergy than us because we're just a whole bunch of packages thrown together. Whereas that is just like, no, we are a unified plan of I'm going to play all of the best dinosaurs in standard. And then you're going to lose. This is immediately a better hand just because it already has... Our best play in our deck is Chocobo on 1. Yeah, we took him the distance. Like, there was a real chance that we didn't lose that game, but then it kind of all fell apart right at the end. Let's play this escape tunnel. Let's go grab... an island. Attack for 2. And pass the turn. Okay, our opponent has played 2 1/1s with flash. It makes sense with the Dalkovan encampment. Just making a whole bunch of warriors. Let's grab Saz's Chocobo, Forest, okay. We're once again just trying to make these creatures as big as possible. Let's go grab another island. Swarp in this Quantum Meddler. Unfortunately, they're now going to be able to have this Enduring Innocence forever. So every time they play a creature, each turn, assuming all of their creatures are like 1/1s, they'll get to draw a card. This Dalkovan encampment makes it 1/1 every time they attack. So that's just basically 4 mana, deal 2 damage, draw a card every turn. Which isn't great, but it's not bad. The idea, though, is that we are going to just race that pretty quickly. Because we have 11 damage. And then we can hold up our Consult the Star Charts for the end of our opponent's turn. And we can kick it so we can look at 5 and take 2. Okay. I don't care about you exiling my graveyard. I have nothing that I care about in my graveyard or any use for my graveyard. Destroying all tapped creatures is annoying. Badgermole Cub. Second Badgermole Cub, though, seems really good. Badgermole Cub. Okay, so they've played a Beza. They're going to get to be able to make a treasure, draw a card, do a whole bunch of good things. They got, like, full value Beza, the Bounding Spring there, but they still can't do anything about our Quantum Riddler. Look for something else here. Formidable Speaker, Badgermole Cub. Discard a Multiversal Passage. Let's go get another Quantum Riddler. At this point, the way we are winning this game is off the back of multiple Quantum Riddlers. Just kill something to use the mana. Because now we have lethal in the air next turn? Well, we don't, since this Quantum Riddler was warped. But if our opponent doesn't play a whole bunch of creatures this turn, we have lethal. I'm fine taking 4 damage. Our opponent is probably wrathing the board here, if I were to be a betting man. Yeah, there we go. Unfortunately, that wrath also makes it so that we can't cast a Quantum Riddler because it killed all of our islands and then made it so that earthbending them didn't make them come back. But we have Saz's Chocobo. Haven Interrupter. What is our opponent thinking about? How did that skip my turn? Oh, it's because they have an Haven Interrupter out, so all of my cards from exile now cost 2 more. So my Quantum Riddler costs 7. Crazy. Okay, Saz's Chocobo. They have another Haven Interrupter. Wow. Our opponent is playing a real deck. We almost got that one too. So it's one of those games where like we're getting really close in all of these games. If like we're really taking them the distance, but then we are losing. Haven Interrupters are really annoying. They're a good card. The weird thing is that like Haven Interrupter, at least in my experience playing a lot of Standard since that card was legal, is it's exclusively a sideboard card. So the fact that our opponent is like, nah, I'm mainboarding multiple Haven Interrupters is kind of wild. But we got another pack. Let's see what's in this pack. Okay, so we have some of the best cards in the set in this pack. We've got Mauser Mark III. It's a 2-mana 2/3, can't attack unless you control an artifact. We've got Mechanized Ninja Cavalry, the best common in this set. 2 mana 1/1 when it enters, make a 1/1 robot. So it's a 2 mana 2/2, but it's 2 artifacts entering the battlefield. This is great for the Alliance decks. This is great for the Artifacts decks. Zog, Triceraton, Castaway. Very good. It's the other one of those cycling cycles. This one is the red one for mountain cycling. Uneasy Alliance is maybe the best white common in the set. 2 mana effect that is a pacifism, but it's a pacifism that you can get rid of to make a 1/1 ninja. And then Mona Lisa. We talked about Mona Lisa in the video that I made on Tuesday last week. She was the fancy art that we got at the end of the video. I think that she's really, really good in like dedicated mutagen strategies or things where you can make her power even greater than 1. Don't know that she's playable in standard, but she's an interesting card. And then for our rare, we get Leo's Technique. It's a 4 mana sorcery. You can sneak it in for 1 on a white, and then you reanimate 2 creature cards with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. This is great. This is just a really good card. So all in all, this was a massively powerful pack from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But more important than any of that, we have now raised enough gold that we can start playing the new set. So we're going to do that. We're going to pick 2 draft Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So, some things to know about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Pick 2 draft, once again, we're going to be picking 2 cards. And it is a time draft with 3 other players. These are the official archetypes, not just the archetypes that I was guessing they would be. Black-White, as we guessed, is ninjas. Leonardo, Splinter, and the Foot Clan. Sneak Mechanic is your main thing here. Blue-Red is machines, so just all about blue-red artifacts matter. Green-Black Disappear. As a party dude, Michelangelo makes pizza disappear whenever an opponent you control leaves the battlefield. Utilize special abilities to make your opponents disappear too. Red-White is Alliance, so go wide. Green-Blue, Mutagen, and so those are your 5, your 5 basically sets that you want to do. Very similar to all the drafting that we have been doing for Spider-Man, where Spider-Man only has 5 archetypes. This also only has 5 archetypes. I think the best archetype by far is this Machines archetype, but we'll find which archetype we can do best. We found our match immediately. Okay. So, we have a really lackluster first pack here. In that Turtle Power is our recommended card. It's a 3 mana enchantment with flash. Turtles you control get +2/+2. Next recommended off of that is April, Reporter of the Weird, which is just an Ophidian, or Return to the Sewers, which is one of the best green commons, blue commons in the set. It does make us go into blue as our thing here. I have no problem with taking these. I think I'd take this over April O'Neil. Okay, so we didn't really get anything great out of here. We did get one of the great green commons in Tenderize. Just being able to have a good removal spell is always good. And then we got Everything Pizza, which I think is just good enough on its own. Okay, so now we got the Mythic Turtles in Time. So we'll take that, and then Saved by the Shell, a good uncommon protection spell. Now we're just really looking for turtles is our best thing, and we're pretty solidly in the green-blue deck. And we just need to get as many turtles as we can. Because right now we have a lot of things that care about us having turtles and 0 turtles. I don't think we're ever going to be doing the 5-color activation for this. We will take the pump spell, and the multifaceted removal spell. So Cowabunga, I'm fine with. Zoo Escapees, like, we're just basically taking all the green cards at this point, is our plan. Just because it's like, hey, maybe eventually we'll find that. That was our first creature. Our Michelangelo Game Master returning to us is huge. Just because it's our first creature, it's also a turtle. And we care about that. And then we'll take Squirrelnoids. We aren't necessarily tied to blue yet. If we can get good green cards. Okay, now we just got a really good blue card, though, in April O'Neil Hacktivist, and we have Donatello Turtle Techie. We also have another copy of Return to the Sewers if we want it. We also have Mechanized Ninja Cavalry. We're just so far out of being in the Mechanized Ninja Cavalry. But we're definitely taking April O'Neil Hacktivist, and then I think we'll take Donatello. We just need creatures. Donatello is also a turtle for all of our turtle synergies we've gotten. Like Cowabunga, Saved by the Shell, Turtle Power. The fact that it makes it so that our Donatello is a 5/6, and our Michelangelo is a 5/5 is pretty nice. Okay, so there's a couple of really good cards in this pack. It has the best Leonardo, which we aren't going to play, but we are going to pick. Because there's nothing really else in here that we want to take. We don't have the artifacts for Mauser Mark II. We could take Nobody, but we also aren't in the artifacts deck. We don't want Turtles Forever, but we do want this Ragamuffin Raptor. It's just a really good Raise Dead or Grave Robber effect. But it's also a dinosaur, and it can pick up our pizzas. Since we have multiple pizzas. We will take another Tenderize, another great removal spell, and then I like Venus Torn Between Worlds. It's just a really good uncommon. It also just goes into our green-blue deck. Cowabunga and Zoo Escapees again. Mind Transfer Protocol is a really, really good blue card. And it's one of the best blue commons. But I think these ones are better for our specific deck right now. Rocksteady, another great creature. We love to have Rocksteady. It also just is a Forest Cycler in case we need it. And then Mutant Chain Reaction. I mean, I don't know that we ever want two of them, but we have two of them. There wasn't anything else in that pack for us. Here, we'll take April, and then we'll take the rare. We're not playing the Null Group biological assets anyways. And then here, we'll take the Negate. Pack 3. Okay, so Southwind Avatar is really, really good, but I think another Saved by the Shell is great for us. And then it's honestly saying to take the Southwind Avatar or the Michelangelo Game Master. We already have that Michelangelo, but I don't think that having two is there. I'm also fine with rare drafting though, just so that we have it already. We would like more playable creatures though. Turtle Lair is just a dual land for us. And then Crustacean Commando makes Mutagen Token. That's what we're trying to do. If we can wheel this Frog Butler, we're really happy about that. Primarily Pachyderm. This is one of the commons that we're really happy to see. And then, honestly, I think we want this Turtle Blimp. 5 mana, 3/4 flyer, and it makes a 2/2, and then it is crew 2. It's always good. Other really good cards that we don't get to pick is Mouser Foundry, EPF Point Squad, or Death in the Family. Primordial Pachyderm is a really big pickup. This is a really good playable card. 4 mana, 4/4 reach, trample, gain 2 life. Here it's Crustacean Commando, and then honestly I think Punk Frogs over a 3rd Mutant Chain Reaction. Because unfortunately what we have to do here is another negate and another Mutant Chain Reaction. The fact that Mutant Chain Reaction can kill flying creatures, artifacts, or enchantments, and there is an Artifacts Matters archetype in this set is pretty good. Now we're just taking black cards. Take this Foot Mystic and this Shredder's Revenge. We're not playing either of them, but we'll take them. And then another Shredder's Revenge and a Swamp. Okay. Let's try and turn this pile of cards into a deck, shall we? So, the suggestion is immediately we're cutting all of these white cards. We'll just cut everything and build from scratch like we usually do. Recommendation is April O'Neil Hacktivist and Turtles in Time. And then Turtle Power. Both are Tenderizes. The Crustacean Commando. Only one of them though, not two. Both Cowabunga. The Turtle Lair and the Guac and Marshmallow Pizza. Michelangelo. Rocksteady. Primordial Pachyderm. And then 2 negates. That's only 31 out of 40 cards, though. So we're going to just play the 9 best blue-green cards we've got after that. So we're going to play Venus, Punk Frogs, Ragamuffin, Zoo Escapees, Donatello Return to the Sewers, and then Saved by the Shell. Okay. Let's see what we can do with these turtles. We're playing Mutagen, technically. Turtle power, everybody. Let's go. We'll keep these. We can Cowabunga to go find our 3rd land. We'll grab this forest. We'll play the Crustacean Commando. The Frog Butler, eh? Play this forest. We'll Cowabunga again. I'll go grab Venus. So we have a thing to do. And we'll pass the turn. We can hold up our negate. They have the Dream Beavers, chat! This crazy pushed uncommon. They also have Squirrelinoids. They just have a million 1-drops, it would seem. Pass the turn from here. We can either return to the sewers, we can negate. I don't love how many creatures they have that have Death Touch, because we don't have creatures that can deal with that very well. Now, what would our opponent like to do with their 4 mana? Because if it's nothing, we'll just play this turtle power. I'll play this 5 mana 5/5 because it's a 7/7. Do you have a removal spell for my Venus? No? The thing that they do have is just a million Death Touchers, which is not great. Yeah, that'll do it. 2 mana, kill my 7/7 because everything on their team has Death Touch. And they played their own Venus Torn Between Worlds. Okay. Can we please draw a card that does anything? Because we've drawn only lands so far this game, chat. Unfortunately, I think we have lost this game. Just because literally every creature they've played has either been good or... I didn't know Venus would go on the top of the... So, yeah, it puts... so Return to the Sewers, they can choose if they want it on top or on bottom. So, it was put on top of their library because they chose to put it there. No, it's so they've been doing this a lot lately of printing cards like this, and it's so target creature's owner puts it on their choice. Okay. The fact that we have continued to just flood out means that we are just going to be dead here. We will concede. I didn't have fun, but that was entirely because we drew every land in our deck and no other cards. Honestly, I don't think these negates are very good either. It has a different suggestion about what our deck should be now. I did get the crab. I got only the crab. The crab was the only thing we drew. Okay, so we weren't too far off with our guess on what we should be playing. Other than we should cut these negates, put in the other crustacean cam, and the turtle flipped. So Magic just really wants me to draw only lands ever, is what I'm learning. Instead of any of the other cards that could potentially win me the game. And that was with looking... It was forests this time. This time it just wanted us to draw forests. Last time it only wanted us to draw islands. Well... This is a bad hand, but... If we mulligan to try and get a good hand, we're probably just going to draw only lands anyways, and we might as well draw lands when we have things to do with them. Like, we can play this Pachyderm already. Okay, our opponent has played a 2-4. I'd love to draw a thing we can cast on turn 3. Of course not. Well, it's a good thing that they're attacking with this 2-4. Because we're immediately going to gain 2 life. So... See, that's why we kept this greedy hand, as I'm like, I know we're going to draw more lands, and we drew more lands, and it's like, cool. So then all of these cards that we can't cast, we end up being able to cast, because it doesn't matter. Now, what are you possibly going to sneak into with your Foot Elite, is what I have to say. Nothing? Okay, perfect. Then what 4-drop are you going to play in your green-black deck? I wouldn't call it greedy. We just know that we want to be able to cast spells, and so we kept a hand that it didn't cast spells the first, I don't know, 4 turns of the game, but we knew it would at least be able to cast the spells with the lands we had in hand. We will block this Foot Elite. We don't want to block the 4/3 indestructible Death Touch anyways. Okay, just make it a 2/2. We can play April O'Neil Hacktivist. Exactly. It's our right. It is our right, destined by the stars, foretold by our ancestors long ago, that we will cast our spells. Let's just play a quantity of creatures instead of paying 6 mana for this Rocksteady. So we'll play a Zoo Escapees. We'll play a Donatello. As I said, like I said, a quantity of creatures. So, once again, yeah, I wish the stars had also given our opponents less spells to play, but once again, we are continually drawing lands, but now we are drawing 0 islands, we are drawing only forests. Look at this, look at my infinite forests in despair. I will trade my Donatello for your Putrid Pals. Oh, it's not a trade! You have a guac and marshmallow pizza is your last card in hand. Cool. Cowabunga, can you find me an island? No? Unfortunately, you cannot. Can find me a turtle blimp, though. There's our island. We can Turtles in Time at some point. I see, the thing is, I'm not a lion, though. I'm a drawer, and I do concern myself with my opponent's field. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Submit this. We're gonna block here. We're gonna try and block here. I think we can just play the Crustacean Commando and Rocksteady. Exactly. Yeah, the drawer concerns itself deeply with the state of the next drawer over. Because, like, I know mine's full of jank, but my opponent seems to be very full of just like, no, we're gonna kill you dead creatures. Look at all the lands that I keep drawing in my hand. I don't think so. Our drawer is only good times, always, but... Our opponent has decided to stop attacking. Interesting. I don't think we want to Turtles in Time. But we can... Rocksteady. Have you tenderize... Honestly, as much as it sucks, I think we have to tenderize the Frog Butler. We also need to get rid of these flyers at some point. Because currently, they have a 3-turn clock in the air with these flyers, but also, if we can just kill this Frog Butler, we can start attacking with Rocksteady Crash Courser every turn. The 7-7 scares them, but the 7-7 scares them when it really shouldn't, since there's nothing that I can do about this Dream Beaver literally ever. So, like, why are you not attacking me with this Dream Beaver every turn? Rocksteady, let's go. My 8-8. Ooh, we draw another removal spell? Love that. Now we can start killing these flyers. You can block here, you can block here, you can block here. Our opponent has said good game. Another Punk Frogs does not win them this game. I shall gain 3 life from my pizza. Rocksteady. Interesting choice of creature to block with. Your one creature that can win you this game is the creature you choose to block with, opponent. Interesting choice. Okay, one of these frogs gets to be a 4/5 that can die. Okay, so we will block the 5/5, we will block the 2/4, we will chump there. Okay, our opponent has conceded. There we go. He may not see the line with the beavers of attack me 9 times. But our opponent did eventually attack us with their beaver exactly once, which was great. It's weird that it's a flying beaver anyways, right? Like, I'm not the only one that thinks that. Okay, first one. So, like, our deck isn't bad when we draw all of the cards that we need to draw to not lose. Instead of drawing a million lands. Like, playing the April O'Neil there so we could draw 2 cards a turn was actually huge. So this game hates me. Now we have only 1 land. Like, we have our Rocksteady that would be able to go get us a forest, but we don't have a guaranteed second land. And this is just a hand that doesn't do anything. So they did attack with the 2/2 flyer when they did have the 2/2 flyer. We just killed their 2/2 flyer. So they did attack us with it. We just killed it. So it didn't matter. We had a Tenderize in hand and we're just like, cool, this 2/2 flyer doesn't actually exist. Okay, so now we're playing against the Alliance deck. Oh no, our opponent, they played one of the best commons in the set. It's a 2/2 with Vigilance. Will you trade your 2/2 for my 2/2? No? Okay. I'm liking Turtle Time. We drafted a weird deck that I'm not necessarily super thrilled about, but like it's fine. We are currently 1-1 in our draft. And now we're playing against the mono white deck, it seems. So I'm fine attacking with the Zoo Escapees. If they want to block, we can just pay 2 mana, make our Escapees a 3/3 with Indestructible. See, I got the Wooburg card. I got the pizza that fetches you a basic land and then you can pay Wooburg. I didn't get the actual Wooburg card. Currently, every turtle that we have in our deck has either greater toughness than power, or has equal toughness and power. Now, see, this is a real predicament we found ourselves in the fact that I would really love to have hit land number 5 here, but our opponent is also stuck on land, even worse than we are, so... You wanna... No, okay. We will end turn. We can either return to sewers one of their creatures, or we can guac and marshmallow pizza and block. They're gonna make Action News Crew a 3/2. I actually think I want to guac and marshmallow pizza, untap my Zoo Escapees, and kill their Foot Elite. Oh, they just had the thing that does that. Okay. They just had the Fire Prophecy. Unfortunately, that's a gross interaction that they killed my creature, so I had to target their creature, and they killed me even faster. Crazy. Turtle Lair. Mechanized Ninja Cavalry. Our opponent has a very good deck. We can play this Michelangelo. Very interesting response to the combat trick. Very gross, very cool to see. Sucks that it happened to me. I agree with everything that they're talking about. Just like, response to the combat trick, killed my guy, which, like, that's nothing new. But the fact that it's a combat trick that's like, you have to target a creature. Okay, so now we're just dead. We have drawn nothing. I'm glad we did this, opponent. Yeah, I don't think it was slide with sandpaper glued to it bad, but it was definitely... It won them the game on the spot. We lost the coin flip on what card we were supposed to play to interact with there. And it did lose us the game immediately. Cool. Apparently I've been recording a vertical video for the past 38 minutes. Keytars are great. I love Keytars. Let's see what's in this pack. We've got Dimensional Exile, which is just a good exile effect. We got our second Mechanized Ninja Cavalry. We love those. Nothing else really to talk about here. Let's see, do we get a great rare? We got our second Michelangelo. See, I would love to play Keytar. I have a problem in my life when it comes to learning instruments. And that problem is, I like the theory behind being able to play an instrument and what it would look like for me. Like, I can picture myself absolutely shredding on a Keytar and that it would be really fun. But... Or guitar, if you have... Or is it a double-necked Keytar? Because you have the guitars that are multiple-necked. But I lack the discipline to practice ever. So, like, at multiple times in my life, I've tried to learn multiple different instruments. I've tried to learn how to play the guitar. I've tried to learn how to play the piano. I owned a drum set for a decade that I sort of know how to play, but to learn how to play an instrument, you need to have the discipline to be able to practice your instrument constantly, and I lacked that the entire time. Okay, so we are at a crossroads here, chat. We should do Rocksmith sometime. Like, I stream playing Rocksmith, or just you and I play Rocksmith. Because, like, Rocksmith is one that I was interested in, because it's like, this is supposed to actually teach you... I liked Rocksmith because it's like, this will actually teach you how to play guitar, and I was like, yeah, maybe gamifying it is what I need, but also, like... At this point, it would be like, I'd have to buy Rocksmith and a guitar and do all of that, which I don't know I want to do. For me, the guitar issue is not the coordination thing of like doing frets and strumming at the time. It was when I was doing it, the overarching issue of learning any instrument, which is I have to practice the instrument, and I'm very bad at practicing and being disciplined to actually do my practice. And B, for guitar specifically, it was that like I could do I could strum and fret at the same time most of the time. I just could never. To be fair, I was trying to learn guitar when I was like 12, so I didn't have very big hands, and I didn't have the hand strength to do like the F chord. F chord was the one that got me, because anytime that I needed to fret and I needed to be able to hold down all of the strings across the entire fret, I couldn't do it. I just would try, and I couldn't get enough pressure across the entirety of a fretboard. I mean, I would try it out, but yeah, bar chords are like 35% of guitaring, and that was the thing, is I was like, hey, the fact that I can only do non-bar chords doesn't matter for certain things. Like, I could play every Green Day song, or I could play most U2 songs. But it's like, the second you need to be able to bar chord literally anything, I'm like, cool, I am out here of just like, physically, I find this impossible for me to do with my body. So, we have been losing kind of everything today. The blue-green landfall changes we did haven't been going super well for us. I have seen a Chapman stick. The thing that I heard about most of the things that are like the Chapman sticks or things like that that are meant to help you with a whole bunch of that. Now maybe I'm thinking of something different for Chapman stick. Let me look up this instrument. Honestly, yeah, tapping, that is a me instrument 1000%. It is just like, hey, tap the strings into the fretboard and you make those. That I would do. I'm very good at tapping. Yeah, that would be a very me instrument. Just let me tickle the strings. That would be dope. So it brings us to the question of what do we do for the next 2 hours? Because, like, we can keep just trying to run our head into standard with blue-green landfall. We have a non-zero amount of rares and mythics and things that we can spend. We could do a quick draft for Lauren, but I don't think that we actually want to do any amount of gem spending, because now that we know that the current stream and recording setup is enough just general playing to get us to the end of the track here, I think we want to just save up all of our gems this month to see if we can get to the point where we can afford the Mastery Pass and get all that. Because, like, the Mastery Pass is 3,400 gems, and if we get to the end of it, just on gems alone, we get 600, 1,200... Yeah, we get 1,200 back, which is a draft. So I think it is time to finally consider do we build an actual deck part of this challenge? And then if we do, which actual deck do we build? So considerations for that are, we are closest to this 5-color rhythm. Because if we exclude the rares that are in the lands, which is 3, 6, 8, 12, 13, 14 rares, we are 10 rares away and we have 6 rare wildcards. So, like, there are some amount of rares that we could just build. Of, like, if we wanted to, we could build 3 Nature's Rhythm, a Keen-Eyed Curator, and 2 Mockingbird. And then be 1 away from all of those that we need for the deck. Because I think there's usually another Keen Rider And we could build most of this deck right now. I don't know that we're ever going to spend our Mythic on our Craterhoof Behemoth, so we'd spend our Mythic on our first Ouroboros of the Ouroboros we would need. And then this just gets us the most of the way towards a playable deck that we could get. So let's be done, and then let's... is there a clone? There is a clone. So we're going to clone this. 5-color rhythm 2. We're going to do budget. 5-color rhythm. Once again, it is a classic Jank Drawer stream experience of watch Sam misspell every single word he tries to type because I don't know how to spell. Because, like, we aren't going to get our 4th Badgermole Cub. We are not going to do this Behemoth. None of the Verges. We'll use our 1 Temple Garden. None of our Botanical Sanctums. None of our breeding pools. We would only get to 3 Nature's Rhythms and 2 Mockingbirds. And then for our sideboard, I don't hate getting our Seam Rips. We can buy an Insidious Fungus and a Meltstrader's Resolve. More Soul Guide Lanterns is probably not bad. We don't want the Doorkeeper Thrall. We don't want the second Detect Intrusion. We don't need the Okos. And I would bring 1 Ouroboros main. Let's compare this to... So the thing is I would love, honestly, Rat King, to blame spell check on the reason why I can't spell anything ever. Unfortunately, I couldn't spell before spell check existed. So the fact that I couldn't spell before we got spell check, and now we have spell check, just means that I'm doomed whatever I do. Because, like, I can't spell if I use spell check, I can't spell without spell check. So we just are stuck between the rock and the hard place of just like, I can never spell. I'm just really quickly looking at the new versions of this deck to see what we would maybe want to do with it. And if there's any other cards that we own that we could put into it. Or that we should look to put into it. Because, like, we want our Gene Pollinators, we want our Llanowar Elves. The current version of this is 4-color, no white, so it would cut all of these Seam Rips, and it tries to replace it with other cards. We could add more Leyline Weavers. I don't hate that. This usually also has 3 more Keen-Eyed Curators, which I'm like, no thank you. Wistfulness is one of the things they're adding in. I don't hate Unable to Scream. As a sideboard inclusion. Do we have... What do we already own in Rares and Mythics? Just look at all our Rares and Mythics real quick. That we could, like, put into this. Like, we could play this Scavenging Ooze. Scavenging Ooze and Keen-Eyed Curator are not that different. It's weird to me that Gigantosaurus is a rare. So when I did my turtle set review, I think that my favorite color in it is blue. And, like, I think blue-red is probably the best thing to be doing. We, very unfortunately, didn't get a blue-red deck that we could play. Which is deeply unfortunate, but I think honestly fine. Gigantosaurus is enormous. It's just a rare, and that's the thing that I don't think I will ever be able to wrap my mind fully around. I think that Izzet is the best two colors in that. There are a lot of very good green cards in the set. Like I'm not gonna stand here and tell you there aren't, because there are. I don't know how playable they are, but they do exist. Okay, so we don't have any of the things that they want us to have for this. WUBRG is great. The deck we're building right now is essentially WUBRG. It's just WUBRG via the base of being blue-green, or our version is technically banned. Let me actually try and find a 5-color Ouroboros. 5-color toolbox is the name of the deck. It looks like it has not adapted at all. So, what we are going to do then is we are going to just fill it with... We're going to, right now, hit the craft all on all of these cards. Because I think this is going to be our new... We're pivoting out of just the blue-green... I think we've hit the wall of where our blue-green landfall is going to take us. And this is going to be our pivot into a new deck that can try and actually win us games. Let me, real quick, see if there are any uncommon or common dual lands that we want to look at in any of these colors. Because, like, we could do the campgrounds and stuff like that, but I don't know that we want to do that. We would like things that can come in untapped. But I don't know that we get that. Since we get, like, Etched Cornfield. Or Lakeside Shack. Okay, so, yeah, let's just craft this. We're going to bite the bullet on it. It's going to use up all of our rares, all of our mythics, but I think it's going to be an intimately more playable deck. We do know we want 22 lands, and currently we have 8, so we need 14 more lands. We don't want the swamp or the mountain. We want all of our lands to be able to tap for green, generally. Since it's all green, white, and green, blue lands. So let's see what we can do with that. Green, white. Did the Archulos feel upstaged by the Ninja Turtles? I don't know. It would require me to know what you mean by Archulos. Archulos, the Lagoon Mystic, the 4-mana Turtle Shaman. I don't know that Archulos feels upstaged by the Ninja Turtles. Mainly just because he's not the only Turtle Shaman. We've had multiple turtles in Magic the Gathering previous to this. We have Ambling Stormshell, we've got Ancient Adamantoise, we've got Blossoming Tortoise, we have Bedrock Tortoise, we have Colossal Sky Turtle. Admittedly, I have to scroll a lot to get to the other ones. We have, we were talking about it earlier, we have Fecund Green Shell. We have Giant Turtle from Legends. You have Gorex the Tomb Shell. You have Kappa Cannoneer, Great Turtle. You have Kogla and Yadaro. You have Yadaro itself. Meandering Tower Shell. Like, we've had a long and proud history of turtles. I don't know that the Ninja Turtles... I think that the Ninja Turtles are not upstaging Arkelos in the fact that I don't know that Arkelos was on the stage to begin with. And so it's hard to upstage someone that's not actually on a stage, is my argument to that. Arkelos is great, don't get me wrong, but it is also one of those where it's just like, to be upstaged, you need to be on the stage, and I don't know that Arkelos is on the stage. It's also like the Ninja Turtles aren't even the first turtle ninjas that we've had. Foundation's Jumpstart gave us Takeo the Patient Avalanche, which is a legendary creature turtle ninja. He's a 4-mana 4/5. He enters tapped, and whenever another creature leaves the battlefield, if it didn't die, scry 1 and put a counter on Takeo. Whenever he attacks, you may pay a hybrid to Demir. When you do, target attacking creature can't be blocked this turn. Admittedly, had I ever seen Takeo the Patient Avalanche? No, because they print a million things into those Jumpstart packs that you've literally never seen before in your life. You had Ninja Rats in Nien Kamigawa. You had Ninja Rats in original Kamigawa. In, like, Betrayers. Like, Ninja Rats have been around. The Nezumi have been around for generations at this point. So, like, that's truly nothing new. Now I want to do suggest lands. Let's cut the swamps. Cut the mountain. Cut the island. So that's 4, 8, 10, 11, 17, 21, 23. So one more than we want. But I don't really have another creature I would like to play. So I think that's fine. Shimmer Wilds. So now we need to construct a sideboard. So I'm notoriously bad at constructing sideboards. It's just not a skill that I have. But you essentially want your sideboard to be able to do lots of different things. So we have Seam Rips to be able to do removal spells. We have Unable Screams, also removal spells. Insidious Fungus, which does a whole bunch of things. Maelstrom Resolve is a removal spell. So essentially, all of these are removal spells. These are graveyard interaction. This is a counter spell. This is a counter spell. This is graveyard interaction, and this is trying to help us get there. I think actually what we will do is we will cut one more forest to play. If we're going to be doing weird Vivid shenanigans, we have an Aurora Awakener. Let's play our Aurora Awakener. Went a little too far. Got ourselves into the multicolor. How do we not know how to spell this card, chat? And by we, I mean me. Oh, it's because I'm also sorting by only commons and uncommons. We want this one, Aurora Awakener. But so generally you want things in your sideboard that are just like innately very good. For us, we also want a sideboard that works well with our Bright Glass Gearhulk, so we're bringing in a whole bunch of 1-drops. But if we're really concerned about like counterspells, we only have 2, and this list generally wants 3. So like we could put in some other really good cards like where is it? Spell Snare. And then generally you want something else that can go on. So like generally this sideboard has things like Oko in it, because Oko is just a really good planeswalker. I don't know that we own literally a single planeswalker. Like we can search. Yeah, we have 0 planeswalkers. And I doubt that there are any planeswalkers that are common or uncommon that are still in standard, because they generally got away with those because it was viewed as a bad idea. Or we'd want more copies of our win cons. We don't have those. So what we're going to put in here is we are going to put in just good commons or uncommons. I have an entire section that is called sideboard staples of things we're going to look at that we could put in here. We could put in negate pretty easily. Which we didn't craft any negates, and we already have 3. We put in a negate. Reclamation Sage, I think, is pretty good. Heritage Reclamation, also a good pickup. And so now we have essentially a sideboard of like, we can bring in Reclamation Sage if we need to deal with artifacts or enchantments. We can bring in Shimmerwild Growths if we need to try and make it so our Aurora Awakener can do better. Scavenging Ooze and Soul Guide Lanterns for graveyards. Detect Intrusion, Disdainful Stroke, and Negate for counterspells. Unable to Screams and Spell Snare also goes with these. I would love to be able to organize these in some way, but Spell Snare, Detect Intrusion, Disdainful Stroke, and Negate are our counterspell package. Insidious Fungus and Rec Sage are our artifact enchantment removal package. Seam Rip and Melt Strider's Resolve and Unable to Scream are our removal package in case we're going against creature heavy matchups that we need to remove more creatures. And then Soul Guide Lantern and Scavenging Ooze are our graveyard package. But we have now built our first deck that we are going to use for best of 3. So we're not going to be playing best of 1 anymore. We're going to be playing best of 3. And this is the closest we've gotten at this point to a deck that is playable in the actual modern standard format. Is it perfect? No, but it does do a lot of really interesting things. The main goal of this entire deck is to play Badgermole Cub with Llanowar Elves and Gene Pollinator out, so that you can try to Nature's Rhythm for big mana early. And then Leyline Weaver also helps with that, because Leyline Weaver is also a spell that does that, that taps for mana, so it works well with Badgermole Cub. Shimmerwild's Growth makes it so things can become colors, and we're just basically trying to ramp really hard to be able to cast our Aurora Awakener and put it into play. Champion of the Weird is really good in our deck. We currently can only cast it off of a Nature's Rhythm. We can never cast it from our hand. Aurora Awakener, or we can Kavero into it if we cast our Kavero and it's in our graveyard. Aurora Awakener, we're only putting in here because we don't have our actual top end, which is a singleton copy of Greater Behemoth, which this is a deck that likes to go wide, play Greater Behemoth, and kill our opponents. But Aurora Awakener, we are going to be a deck that's going to be hitting Vivid of potentially Vivid 5 pretty constantly. And if we're doing that, then Aurora Awakener allows us to just put 5 cards off the top of our library into play, which is really good. And other than that, we're playing a lot of the same hits that you've been seeing. We have our Gene Pollinators, our Llanowar Elves, our Badgermaul Cubs, our Formidable Speakers, our Quantum Riddlers. We just don't have our Consult the Star Charts and our Stock-Ups in this list. Those are another thing that we could put in the sideboard if we really wanted to. The most important part of this deck in improving it as we go forward, and what we would like to be doing, is improving our mana base still. Improving our mana base is going to be very important, because right now we have a total of 12 tap lands, which is not great. I think if you were talking about a Dragonborn police force in the Forgotten Realms that's trying to do that, I think that there are 2 options. They would be chromatic, 100%. And it would probably be either silver or gold. That, or they would be gem Dragonborns from Fizban's Guide to Dragons. And then it would maybe be amethyst. Copper also... See, the thing is, I took your question, Midnight Campaign, as an earnest question of, like, what I know about random Forgotten Realms lore and the alignments of Dragonborns. And I treated it very earnestly when I should have known that it was a horrible joke. Because Copper is correct, but it's also frustrating. The main game plan of why we're doing all of these weird one-off stuff, though, is because of Brightglass Gearhulk. It is a 4-mana 4/4 first strike and trample. When it enters, we search for 2 artifact creatures or enchantment cards with mana value 1 or less, reveal them, and put them into our hand and shuffle. You better be crying. You better be, because I am genuinely upset. Like, you got me. The thing is, it's a great joke. It's a fantastic joke, honestly. +2. But I was like, oh, because you and I talk about D&D stuff all the time, and, like, I talk about D&D stuff on the channel all the time. And so I was like, oh, a genuinely, like, legit question about a D&D thing that I know the answer to. Just to be got by the most simple of Copper... you have gotten me. Our Brightglass Gearhulks, we're going to be grabbing Mockingbird off of them every single time, because Mockingbird we can then cast as another Brightglass Gearhulk to then go get another Mockingbird. So it's every time we do this, it's Mockingbird plus either Seam Rip or Soul Guide Lantern, or after sideboard, more Seam Rips and unable to Screams, or our Insidious Fungus, or a Maelstrom Resolve. It's just grab whatever you need to help you save the game. That's the plan. I'm done explaining the deck. We're going to go play the deck now. We're going to switch over to best of 3. We're going to go into ranked. We're going to play our budget 5-color rhythm. I'm still upset about this, Copper. You know what? Maybe I won't come to game night tonight now. Because that is just, like, truly... I am so upset. That joke was a cruel and unusual punishment. Okay, we have gotten our first match of best of 3, chat. We are trying it. The real truth might be that our land situation is so bad that we just can't actually play this deck, but we're gonna give it our best shot. The fact that we got this Gene Pollinator on 1 means that we kind of have to do this, doesn't it? Our opponent is also playing tap lands, though, so, like, we might be able to get away with this, is the crazy thing. We'll play this Guildgate. We don't need to do anything yet. Next turn, we can Quantum Riddler. Now I wish we had Quantum Riddler last turn, because now they have a Razorkin Needlehead. But we can Explosive Prodigy and blow up this Needlehead. Which will be nice. That's literally what the Explosive Prodigy is in our deck for, is to be able to blow up permanents that we don't want them to have. We will pay red with this, and we'll pay 1, deal 2 damage to the Razorkin Needlehead. We'll tap 2 to put in this Quantum Riddler. And there's our Badgermole Cup. We are now open for business, chat. Next turn, we can play this Multiversal Passage, this Badgermole Cup, and probably this Quantum Riddler. Let's play this Badgermole Cub. Pick up this Starting Town. Let's play this Quantum Riddler. We'll tap our Badgermole Cub. Leyline Weaver's dope. Next turn, we can just play this Aurora Awakener. Since, like, Aurora Awakener for 3 is already not bad. We will make this white. Get intertapped. Like, honestly, I think this is better than... We'll tap the Explosive Prodigy. We'll put this onto the battlefield. We'll put this onto the battlefield. And then we won't put the Mockingbird onto the battlefield. We'll attach this to this forest. Make the forest black. Okay, so we played an Aurora Awakener, got 2 free spells, and our opponent immediately conceded. So, all we saw from our opponent is a Razorkin Needlehead, which is a very good card. And it leads me to believe there are probably some sort of creature-based deck, especially in Gruul. So we're going to cut the Soul Guide Lantern to bring in more Seam Rips. I also don't hate our Unable to Screams. We probably don't need our Champion of the Weird. We can probably cut our Keen-Eyed Curator. And then let's trim on a Gene Pollinator. But that was already off to a great start, our first game win of this match. So this hand sucks. We have 1 land, it's a tap land, and we have a million cards, and we can't play any of them. This hand is immediately way better. We love this hand. We'll get rid of the Thornwood Falls. We'll hope to draw more lands, but this is already a hand that can cast spells. And that's massive for us. And then it has a Formidable Speaker, so we can go grab another creature with it. Our opponent has played a Gruul Guildgate into a Llanowar Elves into a Rugged Highlands. Ooh, okay. We're going to play this Starting Town into this Leyline Weaver, I think. And then next turn, we can just play this we can play this Blossoming Lands into an Ouroboros and start Ouroboroding. this Razorkin Needlehead is annoying, but, like, not actually that problematic. We can play this Blossoming Sands. Why can I not play this Ouroboros? It's because this Gene Pollinator can't actually tap for mana. That's why. Let's play this Formidable Speaker. We'll tap that. We'll discard a Gene Pollinator. We'll go grab... Honestly, this Explosive Prodigy? In case we need to kill this Razorkin Needlehead? Because right now this Razorkin Needlehead is the only threat they've played, but also, if they play a creature bigger than that, like, we can kill up to a 3 toughness creature. Don't know that we care about this 4/3. We'll draw a card. Okay, so we can Explosive Prodigy, kill the Needlehead, Ouroboros, move to combat, put counters on everything, and we can actually attack with our Formidable Speaker already, because they can't block. And, like, we just hope that our opponent doesn't have a red Wrath. They have a Prismatic Undercurrents, which isn't bad. Just go get a whole bunch of lands. They're definitely ramping. They currently don't have anything to do with all of their mana, but... Especially since this Ouroboros is about to just get out of... Do they have a fight spell to kill my Ouroboros? They do. Okay. Play this Selesnya Guildgate. Best draw right now would be a couple of different things. Badgermole Cub is not a bad one. I will say that much. Badgermole Cub. We'll make this Blossoming Sands a creature. If we could get any of our Nature's Rhythms, that would be good. If we can draw our Gear Hulk, that would be really good. If we can draw a... You know, Shiverwild's Growth isn't the best, but it's not the worst. Let's make this blue. If we could draw our Kavero, our Kavero's also honestly not that bad right now. Don't love this Death Touch insect. Here's a Seam Rip, though. Honestly, this 5/4 is gross, but this Flesh Burrower makes it so that I can't block anything. Do you have a way to protect your Flesh Burrower from my Seam Rip? You have a Snakeskin Veil. Okay. Aurora Awakener off the top would also go incredibly hard right now. Okay, they're gonna just Rabid Bite. Saw that coming. Honestly, block with these things. And we can take one. I'll take the one life. This cancels out in that our Blossoming Sands. It does cut down the amount of mana that we can generate because we are down 2 mana, but we also have so much mana. I think we'll hold on to this Unable to Scream. It turns on if we draw any of our Formidable Speakers. We can now have a card to discard to them. We also don't have a thing that we would want to make Unable to Scream currently. Eventually they're just gonna keep killing all of my creatures though, which is annoying. Drawing that Multiversal Passage isn't great. Our opponent is definitely doing way better than us right now at drawing cards that are that matter. This 5/4 is also a little annoying. We'll take 3 from this Ruby Daring Tracker. Well, Aurora Awakener is a good card. I'll do 4 free spells, so we'll do that one, that one, that one, and that one. Take that action, we'll go grab a Seam Rip and a Mockingbird. We also drew a Nature's Rhythm. I'll play this. We'll play this Seam Rip. Honestly, this Ruby? Currently, we can't tap anything more, so let's just pass the turn. That Aurora Awakener off the top. It was wild that we included that in our deck anyways, and we only included it because, like, the big splashy mythic we wanted to win the game, we don't own. And so we're like, well, here's a big splashy mythic that we have in green. And already, that single game felt more cohesive as a deck idea than any other game that we have ever played. We also got an achievement. Color Mastery Green, Land Ho. Our only green achievement left is have a creature you control deal non-combat damage to a creature you don't control 80 times over any number of games. Cool. Well, that was a great thing. The deck does look really fun to put together. So that's the thing, is like these toolbox strategies came up, and this was actually, I think, this toolbox strategy was, I think, the most popular deck at the last Standard Pro Tour. Because of that, it's just like, put all of these pieces together, and you can find all of the individual pieces you want that are good out of it, with just a whole bunch of redundancy and like tutor effects and things like that. And so that's why it was like, this was kind of the first deck we were going to build into. Is it the best deck in the format? No. But it's the deck in the format that plays the highest combination of the best cards that you would want to play. This is busted. We'll keep this. The unfortunate thing is that we don't have a green-white source, so we can't play this Gearhulk on 3. But this is Gene Pollinator on 1 into Badgermole Cub on 2. And then we'll just have a million mana, and we could start Mockingbirding, but we don't really want to Mockingbird anything unless our opponent does something really dope. Yeah, but these decks are really, really fun. It just also plays the most of the, like, these are the cards that go into the most things of, like, our tier list of... I'll have to find a way to publish the tier list and make it shareable for people. I'll probably put it in the Discord somewhere, maybe. And then on the Patreon, which I'm going to revisit how I'm doing the Patreon, because I don't actually think I want to stick to the model that I'm doing, because I don't think it's actually justified with what we're actually doing as a channel. So I'll have to rework that. Gene Pollinator is it's an interesting include in our deck in that, like, it's good because it can tap for non-green. Okay, drawing our Champion of the Weird was actually the worst thing we could have drawn. Honestly, I don't hate Mockingbirding, paying X equals 1 to copy Badgermole Cub, because now we just have like 1 billion mana next turn. It's also getting to 5 o'clock, which means it's snack time. And I stole some goldfish from my parents' house when I was there yesterday. Which I'm admitting to right now while they're watching. Okay, our opponent watched me put 1 billion power into play on turn 2 and has decided to scoop. Before we know anything about them other than they're playing red-black. Because we don't know anything, I honestly don't want to make any changes yet, because I don't know what our opponent's doing. Red-black in this current format means one of two things. It either means goblins or it means discard. And I need different pieces for different versions of that. To be fair, our opponent's also playing a 70-card deck. So X-Manix might not actually know what they're doing. Our opponent is thinking very long and hard. I think they're using the entire minute and a half that they get for their mulligan decision, for their sideboarding decisions. Yeah, they just have so many cards in this thing. And like the thing is, we love goblins. You will not find a greater lover of goblins than this chat. But our opponent played 2 lands and conceded. So I don't actually know what they're doing at all. They're very on theme though, in that they're playing Rakdos and their avatar is Ob Nixilis, a Rakdos demon. This is a banger of a hand if it had any lands in it. I mean, I guess be careful what you wish for. We have a hand with lands in it, but they're all tap lands. I mean, we have goblins in almost every color. We don't have blue-white goblins yet, which is the only thing that's limiting you from that dream of yours, but... We have Jund goblins. We have green goblins. We have red goblins. We have white goblins. I mean, the fact that the first thing we're gonna play is this 2 mana 3/3 into their 2 mana 3/1 isn't a feels good. Luckily, our opponent's not doing anything. No, they are doing something. They're playing a very good card. Well. Next turn, we can Explosive Prodigy and then eat a card from their graveyard. I will discard this Nature's Rhythm. It's the only legal target, and I can cast it from my graveyard. I will block your Alesha. I will not block that. Play this Thornwood Falls. Play this Explosive Prodigy. Kill your Alesha. Eat your Alesha. And then next turn, we can cast this Quantum Riddler. Or this Ouroboros, which is both pretty good. You could play Morophon Goblins. I think Morophon Goblins would be pretty good. You've killed my Keen-Eyed Curator. How dare you? I will block your 3/1 with this Explosive Prodigy, though. Goblins can draw their own cards, though. They're not bad at it. We just can't let them get to highest speed. Although I think this gives them speed anyways. Okay, so we're gonna play this Llanowar Elf and this Ouroboros because I don't know that our opponent can beat this. Morophon's a goblin. Morophon is, to Gantetsu's point, a changeling, so it's technically all creature types. And not specifically a goblin. And the thing is Krenko didn't get completed, and so they can't, you know, just complete Krenko. So our opponent is playing some sort of green-black deck that they just are playing discard cards in. Did you draw a way to kill my Ouroboros? Because if you didn't, this is about to get out of hand very quickly. Okay, that Nature Rhythms is hilarious. We'll play this Quantum Riddler. We have the ability to cast this Bright Glass Gearholt next turn, so I think we will. No, I don't hate that. Franco is unfortunately always survived its Phyresis, though, and we know that since we've seen Franco post-Phyrexian invasion. So we have to find, like, a Wart or a Zada. A Goblin that we haven't seen post-Phyrexian invasion. So we don't know if they've been completed or not. The thing is, like, it'd have to be a flashback to the show, because everything that's been completed has either been healed or killed. Yeah, just run it back. They obviously didn't invade well enough the first time, so let's just have them do it a second time. This Quantum Riddler is going to be how we win this game, because it is just going to kill our opponent. So the thing is like, what we're learning from our opponent's deck is we should have brought in all of the blow up all of our opponent's permanents because they're playing a whole bunch of creatures strategy in our sideboarding. Which we did not do. But now we can just play this Gear Hulk. We'll grab a Seam Rip, we'll grab a Mockingbird. Seam Rip that. Attack with all of these creatures. You have to block, or you are just dead. Thank you, opponent. As much as I love your idea in theory, Gentetsu, I don't know that the Vorthos side of... Oh, just Angel Stroke! It sucks that we just got that now, instead of before we had to craft one for the deck that we're playing, but we'll take it. I don't know that the people that were already so tired by the last horribly... Like, since Phyrexians are such a beloved creature... Also, next pack... Jenika's technique is pretty good. It's just a really cheap Pyroclasm. Dream Beavers are not bad. Second Anchovy and Banana Pizza is not bad. Let's see what our rare is. Northampton Farm. This rare land taps for a colorless. 1 and tap, exile a creature you own. 2 and tap, sacrifice this land. Return a creature card exiled to the battlefield under your control. And every other card exiled with it to your hand. The thing is, like, it was so beloved, and then the invasion arc was just kind of like meh. Then they were building up to it for years. Like, we got years and years of foreshadowing they were building up to it, and then, like, having read all of it, it is better than I was hearing critiqued against it. Fair. It's just one of those where, like, that's a bridge that they've burned pretty hard right now. That, like, I will give them credit for, like, whatever they're trying to do in their current arc that I need to catch up on. But it is very much just a, like, hey, Rats are also great. Rats are in a real, like, highlight moment. If you want to get into Rats, rat stocks have never been higher. Going off of, Kamigawa Neon Dynasty into... We'll keep this. Into the rats that we get now, and the rats that we would have gotten in Bloomborough. There's truly never been a better time to be a fan of rats. Oh, our opponent's just gonna say we don't get to have any fun. How dare they? Well, I'll play this Leyline Weaver anyways. Okay, so our opponent is playing just Dimir Blink. Phyrexian rats did you very well too. There's a lot of rats in the Phyrexian sets as well. Formidable Speaker. Let's go grab our Gear Hulk. because we can cast our Gear Hulk next turn, sort of. It depends on if they know where to run our Leyline Weaver, which they probably will. Badgermole Cub. Okay, they have a counterspell. I guess we just won't then. Either way, next turn we are casting this Bright Glass Gear Hulk, so we will be fine. Restless Reef, Stormtutor's down. So like, yeah, this is just like, so this is a strategy that used to be really popular a couple of sets ago that is known for its let's grab Seam Rip, Llanowar Elves. That was called Esper Bounce. We played it on the channel before. I will exile this formidable speaker. Do you have a second strategic betrayal in your hand? No, you have a sleight of hand. Okay, so let's play this Llanowar Elves. Let's play this Seam Rip. If we can Seam Rip, they're nowhere to run. I think that's ideal. And then we also can Explosive Prodigy. The reason we didn't Seam Rip the Fear of Isolation is we can Explosive Prodigy just kill their Fear of Isolation. I like swamps. I'm more of a bog guy myself. Okay, Moraine River Regent is something we have to be wary of. That's like an actual real card. They have bounced my Seam Rip. Unfortunate. Play this Leyline Weaver. Let's Seam Rip. We'll just eat their token. And then next turn we start being able to do like Leyline Weaver, play our Quantum Riddlers, untap our Leyline Weaver. Well, not if they draw another Nowhere to Run to just blow up our Leyline Weavers. Well, the thing is, like, our Bright Glass Gear Hulk is eventually going to kill our opponent. Not anymore, because they have exiled it. But we can cast these Quantum Riddlers. Draw a card. It wasn't a land. Our opponent's gonna probably pick up another removal spell. Yeah, just to keep removing all of us. So this is like a weird... Now I have at least 2 creatures, so if they try to kill both of my creatures, they can't. Unless they spend ability. They can, definitely. They have 3 cards in hand and 6 mana. Okay, so what do we want to do to... See, the thing is, Midnight Campaign, we already have Mind Goblin. That's a real card that already exists. Oh, they're just gonna play their Quantum Riddler and then bounce their Quantum Riddler and draw a million cards. We'll take 2, so we have to. We finally drew another land. Bounce 2 permanents. Cool. So we have lost game 1. So this is some sort of like... So, like, Dimir Tempo is a real deck. This isn't Dimir Tempo. This is something somehow worse and better all at the same time. Our Seam Ripped feels pretty bad in this. Our Soul Guide Lantern feels pretty bad at this. Our Kavero feels bad in this. And our Champion of the Weird feels bad in this. I think what we want are our counter spells. And hope that we draw them. Well, I mean, Brandon would say that just because if you're trying to build a Goblins deck in general, and you're including red and black, both of them, so if you're not doing like just mono Krenko, mono red Krenko to be your thing, it is just a persist combo deck because the persist goblin is the best goblin, and it's not close. Let's keep this. Here's Gene Pollinator. Mind Goblin is absolutely insane. It is really good. There's a reason that it's like banned in so many formats. Well, if our opponent wants to spend 3 life to kill our Leyline Weaver, I am okay with that. Get rid of the Gene Pollinator, we'll keep the Leyline Weaver. Let's make this black. Let's make this white. We can Nature's Rhythm now for like 1 billion next turn, which is nice. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we want Badgermole Cub. Put this Thornwood Falls into play as a creature. Honestly, I could have tapped 1 more, and that was actually what I probably wanted to do. Right now, we're hoping that they play an actual spell. Our opponents are just not doing anything at all. This lets us play our Aurora Awakener and hold up Disdainful Stroke. They just have Essence Scatter though, so we can't do anything about that. Our opponent's now at 6. Honestly, we should have just only attacked for 4 and held up Disdainful Stroke. But if our opponent wants to tap out to play like a 5-drop, we'd love that. Fear of Isolation is also fine. Multiple Fear of Isolation, bouncing their own lands is a choice. So we can tap this for 4. We can tap this to get us to X equals 2. Let's play X equals 4. Let's go grab our Ouroboros. Okay. Now we can win next turn pretty easily. If they want to play a 5-drop or higher, we have our Disdainful Stroke. Okay, Nowhere to Run on the Leyline Weaver is annoying, but not game-ending. Okay, now they're gonna know where to run on my Badgermole Cub. Oh no, since that says it had cast, so it doesn't actually bounce anything. Haha! Our opponent just tempoed themselves for no reason. Oh, we can just cast this Bright Glass Gearhulk? Don't mind if I do. We'll take this action. We'll go grab a Mockingbird. And a Llanowar Elf. Let's pay X equals... So X equals... Right now we can pay up to X equals 3. Play another Bright Glass Gearhulk, but this one has flying. And then Mockingbird, Gene Pollinator. You have to block or you die. Okay, our opponent, we got game 2, they got game 1. The thing that we might want is they are like a really enchantment basing, so bringing in our Insidious Fungus and our Rex Sage might not actually be bad. Take out our Explosive Prodigy and our Keen-Eyed Curator. Just because like being able to blow up like all of the creatures they've played except for Meringue River Regent and things like that have been enchantments. Jeez, this is even worse than the last hand. Can we get a 5 that is keepable? We can. Okay, we'll keep this 5. We'll get rid of the Nature's Rhythm and we'll get rid of the Forest. Strategic Betrayal off the bat. Interesting. We will make this green, but we'll have it intertapped. We'll have this be white. Hold up our spell snare, because most of the most annoying spells in their deck for us are 2 costs. See if we can draw another blue source. Nope. We don't get to hold up any of our protections this turn, but spell snare the strategic betrayal? Do you have a negate? You do. Okay. Next turn we can cast this Quantum Riddler. I'd really like to not have to cast it off of Starting Town where I take 2 damage to do so, but against our opponent's deck that is literally every removal spell ever printed. Kind of just need the Quantum Riddler. Don't have an Essence Scatter, please? I mean, you run the main, which is ridiculous. Long River's Pull, okay. Okay, so we are just dead. There is no coming back from this. Got another removal spell, opponent? You've had 1 billion of them so far. You didn't draw a removal spell, which is great for us. We're not dead currently, unless this is a removal spell. If this is a way to kill this Leyline Weaver, we have lost the game. Honestly, if it's a way to kill any of my creatures, we have lost the game. It's a Quantum Riddler. Okay, so we have not lost the game. We have essentially lost the game, though. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we lost. Blue-black tempo, just a billion removal spells. Nothing to do, though, when you've lost such a bad loss, than just run it back. Look, Rat King, just for you. Rats! Okay. Zelibui the Virtuous. Love the Elspeth icon. Honestly, this hand slaps. We would love to draw something that we can do with all of our mana, but... that's something to do with all our mana. Okay, Roiling Dragon's... this makes me believe our opponent's playing the Omniscience deck. But I thought the Omniscience deck was playing Kona now. No, they're just also playing some bounce shenanigan. Okay, so they are going to exile my creature. Just play Leyline Weaver. That does slow us down on mana a little bit, but not really. We're just going to continue our game plan. We're going to ramp. Cosmogrand Zenith, okay. So we need to find a way to deal with that Cosmogrand Zenith. And I don't know that we have any in our main deck. But I think we'll just cast a Quantum Riddler while they're tapped out. It'll untap our Leyline Weaver, and then we can use our Leyline Weaver to cast this Gene Pollinator. That's how we kill our Cosmogrand Zenith, is this Explosive Prodigy. There we go. Although, we currently are only Explosive Prodiging for 3, so we need to find a Shimmer Wild's Growth before we can blow up this Cosmogrand Zenith. We need to find a way to make a 4th color of permanent, whether it's a white permanent or a black permanent. So that means we need to either draw our one of Bright Glass Gear Hulk, or ooh, Sheltered by Ghost is annoying. We're gonna exile our Quantum Riddler. Now it has Ward 2. Play another Quantum Riddler. We could Explosive Prodigy, but there's no point in Explosive Prodigy. The annoying thing is we can't Ouroboros, but we can Ouroboros next turn. We'll attack. We gotta start bringing him down somehow. If they don't have another Shelter by Ghost or another Answer or Quantum Riddler, our Quantum Riddler does now currently block a Cosmic Grand Zenith for at least one more turn. A second Cosmic Grand Zenith is just cheating, though. Okay, so you're gonna make soldiers and then put counters on everything? No, you're just gonna put a billion counters on everything. So once again, we can only block this Cosmic Grand Zenith this turn. Playing this Gene Pollinator. Play this Ouroboros. Play this Explosive Prodigy. Let's kill the Otter. So now we're just trying to block and grow. Like, our Ouroboros is inevitability at this point. And we're just trying to rely on the fact that we have inevitability, and then we're just going to be blocking to stay alive. Unfortunately, they drew another Shelter by Ghosts, so they will get rid of our Ouroboros. And I think that's just game for us. This is very much we need to bring in all of our creature removals for this matchup. Although most of our creature removal doesn't remove a Cosmic Grand Zenith. Our opponent's now gaining 14 life a turn, and they're going to gain even more life next turn. So we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we can do x equals 6, which isn't great for us. So instead I think we'll just do x equals 4. Go get our Bright Glass Gearhulk. Take action, grab this Seam Rip and this Mockingbird. If they can remove my creatures, though, which I don't think they're going to have a problem doing, we are just going to lose this game. Okay, so this is a really interesting, just like blue-white Cosmic Grand Zenith deck. Okay, I think we're going to call this one a loss for round one. Let's see if we can board ourselves into a deck that can actually ever beat this deck. So Seam Rips don't seem bad. Unable Screams don't seem bad. Fungus, Melt Strider, and Rex Sage don't seem bad. I don't think we want Soul Guide Lantern. Don't know that we want Champion of the Weird. We can cut Explosive Prodigy. Keen-Eyed Curator. Trim on Leyline Weaver. Cut on Cavero. Trim on Gene Pollinator. On the play, I love this. This is a great hand. I don't know what our opponent's doing other than potentially holding up Spell Snare? Yeah, Spell Snare for our Badger Mole Cub. Do you have another Spell Snare? No, just a negate for the Shimmer Wilds. Okay. Let's play this Gene Pollinator. Storm Chaser's Talent is not bad. Let's warp in this Quantum Riddler. Draw 2. Just Rex Sage, blow up this Storm Chaser's Talent. Our opponent missing land number 3 is really nice for us. We can just hard cast this Quantum Riddler next turn. Now they've hit land number 3, so... Play this Blossoming Sands. Play this Llanowar Elf. Attempt to play this Quantum Riddler. We know our opponent has counterspells. This is not a counterspell, this is just a 2/3. 2 more lands, we'll take it. We actually kind of want our opponent to tap out for something this turn, because then we can get a just massive Nature's Rhythm off next turn. And they didn't, so... Oh, they're gonna Aang's Iceberg at flash speed, okay. So they're gonna Aang's Iceberg out our Quantum Riddler, which is fine. We can still Nature's Rhythm for like 1,000,000. Let's play this. So what do we want to spend our mana on this turn? Let's think about that first. If we Shimmer Wild's Growth first, we have 6, 7 mana, so we can Nature's Rhythm for 5. If we Forest, let's play this Forest. So we have all of our mana that we're going to have. This is 9 mana, which can Nature's Rhythm X equals 4. Okay, so I think I've figured out what we want to do. We want to Nature's Rhythm X equals 4. There's no single white mana spell that we need to worry about there. We can Bright Glass Gearhulk. You take the action. We can go grab a Mockingbird, and we can grab a Seam Rip. we can Mockingbird X equals 2, tapping our Bright Glass Gearhulk. Have this enter as a Rexage, blow up your Iceberg, get back our Quantum Riddler, draw a card. Give a 1 white protection spell that protects... No, but you can't just sack that. Okay, so they get to scry 2, we still get our Quantum Riddler back. We also now have a 2/1 flying Rexage. And we can get in for 2 damage. And then next turn we can Nature's Rhythm for 1 billion. So what we need to worry about is, like, does our opponent play random removal spells or board wipes? Right now they're just going to Cosmogrand Zenith, and then probably Cosmogrand Zenith plus another spell to make a whole bunch of 1/1s. Which we would really like to get our Melt Striders resolved, which we could have gotten off of Bright Glass Gearhulk, but we didn't. Instead, we got our Mockingbird. Make this black. Play a Llanowar Elf. Play a Gene Pollinator. Play a Seam Rip. I'll attack with 6 power of flying. Next turn we're gonna Nature's Rhythm for like 1 billion. And honestly, probably Nature's Rhythm. If we can Nature's Rhythm for like 7 and get our Aurora Awakener. Oh, they're just gonna pick up my... Honestly, I love that you're picking up my guy. Because I have a wider board than you still. Let's do this. Play this Llanowar Elf. Do we have enough to go to 7? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. $11 mana total? We got 3 lands. We'll warp this in. We can tap this Seam Rip. Draw 2 cards. I'll attack with this 2/1 flyer. We have a Formidable Speaker now, so we can Formidable Speaker, get our Ouroboros, and start just killing our opponent. Does our opponent have 2 spells to Cosmogrand Zenith with this turn? They have their own entity tracker that they can play. Are you going to go wide again? No, they're just going to start going tall now. They think they have gone wide enough. go grab our Ouroboros. Play our Quantum Riddler. Let's play our Ouroboros. I think we have 7 damage here. Math is for blockers, chat. I don't got time to do all this math. I think it's 6, 9. No, they're 2 there. So it's... I'm actually getting in for exactly 7. There we go. I thought the math was there. Yeah. Untap attachment is really nice. Thank you for complimenting, because it was one of those where I'm like, it took me a lot to try and set it up and figure out how it was going to work. And so I'm glad that it's actually working. Because on my end, I can't actually see what it does. I just know that it's there, and I hope that it's good for you. I should maybe make a command or something that I can do of just like untap to tell you that it's there. Or I could put it in the title. Domain expansion Masters with blockers. I made a huge board. I gave it all counters, and then I swung out at you because I think you don't have a wide enough board to block enough damage. Okay, so can we get there is the question, chat. So the fact that this doesn't have a single untapped mana source is annoying, but it is a very good hand. So we're still going to keep it. If we can draw an untapped green source for turn 1, this hand pops off. We couldn't, so we'll just do that. Next turn, so we're just going to be... This is where... Love that. Love that it does that. Since that's what I hoped it did, but I didn't know. So this is like the ideal start for our opponent, and for us, we have a really bad start because the downside of playing our deck is that every land we have in our deck enters tapped, essentially. And that is a real problem. Since they've had the perfect start. But that actually helps a lot. We'll play this. We'll play this. We'll play this. Because now the Cosmic Grand Zenith has no abilities. So, like, this Shelter by Ghosts is annoying. Oh, especially since they can Shelter by Ghosts my Unable to Scream. That's annoying. That's the worst. We're just dead now, I think. I think we just lost. Like, immediately. Yeah, since they can just cast this spell, they've got 7 powers and flyers. Yeah, we just have got immediately... So that got us... So why we are conceding right there, chat, is because this way we can hopefully get one more game in today for y'all. But we just got absolutely stunted on, and the reason we lost that is because of the most important part of our deck and what we need to do for the rest of, you know, time in memoriam is we just need better mana. And so the fact that we have 12 tap lands, honestly we have closer to like 18 tap lands in our deck. We need to start getting in lands that can come in untapped, so that we can hopefully not just get absolutely blown out like that. Because like if we had been able to keep up on curve of like 1 drop on 1, 2 drop on 2, and just be able to do that, we might not have lost that game. We probably still would have lost that game, but like we would have had a chance of not losing that game. And the fact that we started with our 1 drop on 2 is one of the major reasons that we lost that game. Okay. Play first. We don't love this hand. Soul Guide Lantern isn't a card that we ever really want to see in our hand. This is something we always want to be tutoring for if we ever need it. But this Quantum Riddler's on 2 and First Middle Speaker on 3, which I don't think is a bad thing. So we will keep it. Right now I need another white source, so this is going to be a white source. Honestly, because we have drawn this Llanowar Elves, I think we're actually just going to play a tap land to play a Llanowar Elf. Okay, our opponent is playing mono white, apparently. Let us put in this. We once again need another white source. We'll pay 2 life for it, though. Let's warp in this Quantum Riddler, see what we draw. Oh, a Mockingbird. Okay, and then we'll play Arcanine Curator. 2 mana, 3/3. Can't be bad. This can now be a green source. Okay, so our opponent is playing a mobilize strategy. I'm just going to play this Ouroboros and pass the turn. The fun thing is that we can Mockingbird make a second Ouroboros. So Cooped Up doesn't actually do anything for us right now, because they didn't have do anything for them right now. Since we have the ability to exile this, but they have to pay 3 and they didn't have the 3 mana. So what we get to do is we get to just make another Ouroboros. This one has flying. And so now they can pay to get rid of this Ouroboros if they want, but now it's too late. We have 2. Our opponent's going to gain a whole bunch of life. It's not going to matter. I will block this. There we go. Our opponent has seen the writing on that wall. So they are playing a mono-white strategy. We don't need our Soul Guide Lantern. We can bring in our Seam Rips. Let's bring in our Meltriders. Meltriders resolve as well. And we can cut our Keened Curator and our Champion of the Weird. Unfortunately, banger of a hand, no lands in it. Still a banger of a hand. This one does have lands in it, though. Let's get rid of the Explosive Prodigy. Thornwood Falls because we have Mockingbird. Also because our opponent is playing mono white, and so we don't really care. Move this Llanowar Elf. we can fight this Vanguard with this Milkstrider Resolve, but we'd rather not. Although, now that our opponent's literally done nothing... If our opponent's just gonna have to spend all of their turns picking up this same Leonin Vanguard over and over again, I think we're okay with that. Because our opponent has missed second land. There's their second land drop. Okay, so they've gotten another creature. We, unfortunately, have not drawn anything other than lands this game. Okay, 3-1. Once again, I would love to draw... We have so many live draws in our deck, I would love to draw any of them. Any of them would be great. At this point, we can literally cast every card in our deck, and we have consistently drawn only lands. The Flood continues. The Flood has followed us from different formats. So that's also a good card. It's not good on this board, because, like, what do I copy? They're Delkovan Pack Beasts? No thank you. Maybe I should be more specific. Can I draw, like, an actual good card? This is a pretty good card. They're gonna gain 1 billion life here. Well, here's a 2-2. I'll copy their Delny. So, can we draw, like, a Formidable Speaker? Nature's Rhythm is dope. Nature's Rhythm is so good here. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 mana. So we can Nature's Rhythm for X equals 7. So we can do 3 damage to this Delny, do 3 damage to this Life-Breed Duo. I will attack with my own Life-Breed Duo. If you want to trade your Overseer for it, you may. And we're good now. Okay, Mystical Tether, so they're gonna exile my Aurora Awakener. I think we're fine with that. They have their own second Delny, you say? Let's do... We can do X equals... X equals 4? Let's tap the Leyline Weaver. Let's go grab the Bright Glass Gearhold. We'll grab 2 Seam Rips. We can Gene Pollinator and Multiversal Passage. Let's Seam Rip. Beat the Vanguard. Seam Rip. Beat the Sunblessed Healer. Okay, so another way to exile my big creature. I think we're fine with that. Okay, so they're gonna make a million 1/1s if they ever attack each turn, but I don't think we care about that. Eventually, we are just gonna have to get our Ouroboros or several Quantum Riddlers. They're gonna put counters on their Delkelvin Pack Beasts now. Temple Garden we don't want. Delny actually can't be blocked by this Inspiring Overseer, so we can still just try to get in for damage. So that's the unfortunate thing, is we don't have that. That's just not a thing that exists for us. Is a way to take a huge chunk. The only way we can take a huge chunk is we have to just get a Ouroboros in play and have it stay in play for a very long time. And drawing lands isn't how we do that. And the Flood is back. We had exactly 1-2 turns of like actually good cards in our Nature's Rhythm. Cavero's not bad. We just have to copy their guy. Unfortunately, we just drew another 1/2. Just like draw us a card, see if we can get something, and then we didn't draw any good. Because like unfortunately, our Aurora Awakener and our Bright Glass Gearhulk are in exile. Our opponent has realized that they have us incredibly dead. Yeah, that's it for us, chat. Okay, so we're on the play this time. Honestly, these Unable to Screams probably become pretty good now that we know they have these Delnies. And Rex Sage and Insidious Fungus also become good. Cavero is less good. The Awakener was probably fine. Try this. They are the deck we thought they were, which is a mono white life gain. Our deck works really well if we don't flood like we just did. Okay, that sucks. This also sucks. But I think it's better than a 5. And we can get rid of that. We really want to draw a land here. Because if we can land Badger Mole Cub, we're back in this game. One more turn to draw land. Well, we weren't specific enough about what kind of land we wanted. Okay, Mystical Tether is going to target my Blossoming Sands. I think we are okay with that. Because if it exiles, it just comes back, we gain a life, and we're still on 3 lands. Which isn't great, but it's fine. Take 1 damage. We'll play this, Formidable Speaker. Discard one of our Nature's Rhythms. Go grab... Llanowar Elves. Now that's annoying. That's just rude. This Lyra Dawnbringer is rude because I don't think we currently have a way in our deck to kill a Lyra Dawnbringer. Other than, like, a Melt Strider after we already have an Ouroboros in play. Let's tap this. Untap this. Tap this. That'll be a Formidable Speaker. Discard another Nature's Rhythm. Go grab this Bright Glass Gearhulk. Play the Gearhulk. Go get Mockingbird Unable to Scream. So what we are going to do here is we're going to use one of these Unable to Screams to Dawnbringer. We are going to play this Llanowar Elves. We're gonna do this to float a whole bunch of mana. And then if we do this and do X equals 4 and tap our Bright Glass Gearhulk, we can go grab our Ouroboros and immediately start making big creatures. And our opponent's seen enough. There we go. They also didn't like that we have this Mockingbird, so we could Mockingbird, Bright Glass Gearhulk, or Mockingbird Ouroboros. Perfect. We got there. There we go. And that'll be it for today, chat. Ooh, and we got a free rare off of that. It's the Wishing Well. 3 and a blue for an artifact. Tap, put a coin counter on this artifact. When you do, cast target instant or sorcery with mana value equal to the number of coin counters on this artifact from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put in your graveyard, exile it instead. Activate only as a sorcery. Cool. So, that's going to be it for today, chat. Thank you all for coming in. We opened a whole bunch of packs. We got to see our first look at actually playing the new cards from TMNT, and we built our first official real standard deck in 5-color like toolbox. Thank you all for coming in. Thanks for watching the stream. This has been an absolute blast. I hope you all join me again for the rest of this week. As I said at the beginning of the stream, this is kind of the last week on this schedule, and then things will start fluctuating as I start having opportunity to go and work a couple of times a week at the new part-time job, and we're going to be, you know, finagling the schedule around those hours. Until then, I have been Sam. This has been the Jank Drawer. Let's see if we can find someone fun to raid. Not really. So by default, I will raid Will Hall Expo. So the place we're raiding is a 24-hour stream. It has been 24-hour streaming all of the past Pro Tours throughout the history of Magic the Gathering since the war on Ukraine started. And this is a guy in the Magic community who is named Will Hall. He's from the UK, and he got permission from Wizards to stream all of the old Pro Tours continuously forever. And all of the proceeds that come from the stream that he does are donated immediately to war relief in Ukraine. So we're gonna stream him. We're gonna raid them. It doesn't really mean anything, but it is just a nice cause. It is a charity. It's something that I enjoy. This started when the war on Ukraine started, and at that point in time, there's a lot of times where I just needed something to get me through either work or school or whatever's going on that day, and I've used this stream a lot to be able to do that. So we're gonna raid them real quick. No intent, like, you don't need to stick around and watch any of it, but it is generally pretty fun. And if you like Magic, this is the highest level of Magic over the past and the history of Magic, and it's a lot of fun. So I'm gonna start that raid. Currently he has raised almost 1.5. He's currently almost raised $1.5 thousand pounds for the charity right now. Until then, I've been Sam. This has been the Jank Drawer. I will see you all tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. It has been my absolute pleasure.